Many years ago, a boy with only one hand was born into a noble family. His parents named him Davin, but they never showed him an ounce of affection. They called him a disgusting thing, secretly wishing for his death. Yet, that small child's will to live was incredibly strong. On that very same day, his cousin Kajin was born, completely healthy and whole. Everyone immediately recognized his immense potential. A natural genius. Davin's father, however, desired him to be a better swordsman than Kajin, to somehow prove themselves worthy. But it was a futile hope, as our boy was physically much weaker than Kajin. Growing up, he always trailed behind Kajin. While everyone adored his cousin, Davin was liked by no one, not even his own mother. No matter what he did, be it walking for the first time or wielding his sword, he was always a step behind Kajin. So it's no wonder his parents secretly wished Kajin was their child, instead of Davin. Witnessing this, our boy couldn't help but feel an aching jealousy for his cousin. At the tender age of 7, he was sent to serve alongside Kajin as his personal attendant. But he later discovered the cruel truth. His own parents had sold him for measly 300,000 liden. As the years passed, Kajin treated him like a slave, often beating him mercilessly, though our boy tried to hold back his tears. The pain was too unbearable to suppress. In that desolate place, no one ever tried to save him, making him feel like he didn't even exist. As for Kajin's own father, though he was incredibly famous among others, many years ago, he simply vanished into thin air, never to be seen again, with no father figure by his side. Growing up, Kajin spiraled into a ruthless bully. He never showed even a shred of sympathy to anyone, so it wouldn't be wrong to say that the blessing of the sword god was like a poison festering within him. Davin, too, tried his best to grow strong. During his fights with Kajin, he fought desperately to win, but never once succeeded, as he simply wasn't on Kajin's level. And to make matters worse, he was handicapped. Although Davin was his cousin, Kajin never once showed him an ounce of sympathy. This only made our hero even more desperate to finally defeat him. Growing up, Davin worked incredibly hard, while Kajin fell into a life of bad habits. But defeating his cousin remained a distant dream. Still, our boy was determined that one day he would definitely surpass Kajin. Years later, at the age of 29, both cousins faced off against each other once again, in an official battle in the present. Davin and Kajin are locked in a fierce battle, and as the fight raged on for a while, our protagonist finally, after years of struggles and unwavering endurance, triumphs against his high and mighty cousin. In the past, when he always lost to Kajin, people used to advise Davin to give up on his impossible dream of winning. But now, he finally proved his worth. As the crowd erupted, shouting his name, glaring at each other, Kajin's pride won't let him endure the fact that he lost to his weak cousin. Meanwhile, our hero is reminiscing about the time with his parents, who used to envy Kajin's parents when looking at him. Davin advises his cousin that he shouldn't have wasted his time on bad habits. As he walks away, his cousin stands, muttering, "I can't lose." Then suddenly, he thrusts the sword right through our boy's chest. From his back, as blood splashes out, the crowd stares at the scene in utter disbelief. Though Davin is sure he won't survive this, the fact of finally winning against Kajin is enough for him. However, the great sword Sunblade, which contains immense mana, could still save him. For this, Saint Layla must appear. But that isn't possible. Looking back at his cousin, he gives him a chilling death glare, declaring, from now on, everyone will call Kajin a loser. Sometime later, our protagonist wakes up in a cell and finds himself tied to a chair. He wonders if he somehow ended up in hell. Suddenly, a gigantic masked man appears before him and calls him lucky because the miraculous Saint Layla. Someone was actually present there when Kajin tried to kill him. Though it was a very rare miracle, the saint actually healed Davin and saved him from dying. This means our boy is still alive, but he feels something odd about his body. The man claims it seems like he signed a contract with the devil, about which our hero knows nothing. So the man further explains that winning against Kajin is a clear sign, and even his parents agree. So Davin realizes that it was actually his parents who signed the contract on his behalf. That devilish man further claims they have all the proof in Davin's own house, which clearly shows that our protagonist has killed 300 children to become strong. This is the reason why Kajin stabbed his own cousin, to kill a devil like Davin, for the honor of the Samian family. As a smile appears on our boy's face, he realizes that his parents have already chosen Kajin over their own son. Moving on, the gigantic devil punishes our hero with a lifetime prison sentence. After this, they put him into prison after cutting the tendons of his legs and arms and sealing his mana too. In this instance, Kajin again appears in front of him, boasting about becoming a sword emperor. Once Kajin left, they started giving Davin even less food, so our protagonist started to get even weaker. He's regretting not dying in the arena, because that would have been very honorable. While lying on the floor, our boy is thinking about that perfect life. If he was normal, like his cousin, he wonders if his life really would have been different, if he could really make his parents proud. But now, it seems like he is dying, but he doesn't want to die like this. In this struggle, Davin's eyes close as if he's dying, but then golden light emerges, a sign that our hero hasn't died yet. Not today, at least. After some time, someone, as he calls out to our hero, Vinchan fiercely shakes his right arm, the searing pain coursing through his limb. Our protagonist simply can't believe it. He suddenly snaps his eyes wide open, only to find himself face to face with a man, a member of one of their branch families. Though he's utterly confused by what's happening, somehow he instinctively knows he's Vinchan, the seventh son of the Adenka family. Everything feels incredibly bizarre, yet disturbingly realistic to him. Our hero misinterprets this as merely a dream where he still had his right arm before dying. Meanwhile, the man, left with no other option, attempts to inflict pain using his mana. But our hero is surprisingly familiar with it. He simply shoves him away, but the man goes flying, crashing into a pillar. Vinchan quickly begins to apologize, moving towards him to offer a helping hand. Shoving his hand away, the man rejects it, declaring Vinchan can't simply use force on anyone, just because he's more powerful than others. Furthermore, he challenges our hero to be prepared to lose against his own son. Hearing those words, our hero's father comes to mind, a man who always yearned to win against his elder brother. And when he couldn't fulfill that dream, he passed the entire burden onto his son. Meanwhile, the man walks away, claiming he's going to teach Vinchan a lesson. On the day of the assembly of true swords, our protagonist is now sitting in a chair, his eyes tightly closed, as he desperately tries to wake up from this dream. But he keeps getting flooded with the memories of Vinchan, the true owner of this body. Vinchan's mother passed away after giving birth to him, so his father began to dislike him, while all the other children of his family would mock and laugh at him. Though he is the seventh son of the family, he isn't even brave enough to speak up to Iowa, who is the eighth daughter younger than him. Since everyone in his family disliked him, the Branch families also vented their anger onto him, so he became a target for everyone. Before long, our hero realizes he's been reincarnated into this body, but he's far from satisfied with the arrangement, since Vincent is yet another loser and a total laughingstock, just like Davin from his previous life. Scanning the unfamiliar room, he discovers a personal diary belonging to the real Vincent. In a diary, Vincent had written about feeling incredibly weak compared to his siblings, and how everyone, even his servants, looks down on him, making him wish he could just die. As he reads this, our hero realizes the depth of Vincent's despair, all thanks to this pathetic life. And perhaps this is why he ended it. And putting the diary back, he congratulates Vincent because destiny, it seems, listens to prayers after all. Davin was desperate to live, while Vincent always wanted to die. And just like that, their wishes were fulfilled. At this exact moment, our hero hears a voice, asking if he truly believes in such things. Hearing this, our hero frantically looks around, try to find who else is inside the room. Our protagonist immediately suspects it's a demon, trying to mess with him, as he wasn't meant to be reincarnated like this. But then, the other voice claims he shouldn't overthink things, because he is none other than the real owner of this body, Vincent himself. But since he's given his body to him, from now on, he should call him Julian. Suddenly, Julian appears right in front of our hero, flying in the air. Seeing this, our hero gets utterly confused. So Julian claims this is actually a revelation, which only a god can bestow upon humans, and only a god can possess by birth, which means Julian is, in fact, a god, though he doesn't deny it. He claims he's merely a minor god. He explains that initially, he was created to call forth a spirit god, but then he somehow entered his body, and now, if he wants to become a true god, he'll have to achieve numerous successes, which is known as calling. Once he completes it, he will become a true god. Though, our hero thanks him for granting him this new life, but he refuses to help, claiming this new life. That is one he won't waste, unlike his last. Hearing his defiance, Julian reveals a dire truth about his spiritual energy. It's critically low, a dangerous sign. This means his current body will die very soon. Gazing down at his body, Vincent dismisses it, believing nothing will happen. But just then, a sudden numbness grips his body. He collapses to the floor, powerless. Julian then begins to show him the true Vincent's memories. Memories where everyone calls him trash and beats him mercilessly. Vincent, a 13-year-old boy, is absolutely desperate for revenge. As he witnesses these memories and hears Vincent's thoughts, our hero is visibly shocked and utterly terrified. After enduring this horrifying vision, our hero is finally ready to listen to Julian. As he takes a seat on the nearby chair, Julian then questions him about the archdemon Davin and the legendary hero king Kajin. Upon hearing Julian call himself a demon, while his own cousin is referred to as a hero, our protagonist becomes absolutely furious. Ignoring his rising fury, Julian proceeds to explain the full story, which unfolded exactly 500 years ago. The one-armed Davin, imprisoned by his own treacherous family, escaped and, true to his contract, brutally murdered 10,000 innocent souls to become the strongest being. Therefore, he is forever known as the archdemon Davin. But our hero, who is, in fact, the true Davin, utterly refuses to believe this story. He could never imagine committing such an atrocity. Yet if the story about Kajin and Davin truly holds, and they were indeed sons of the Samian family, then this means he is that infamous arch-demon Davin, the last memory our protagonist has from his past life is of dying in that very prison. This sudden realization leaves him utterly confused, refusing to accept this narrative. Our hero suspects his family fabricated the tale, so everyone would remember him as a monstrous fiend, while his cousin Kajin was hailed as the hero. But what no one knew is that the reality was actually quite the opposite. In a sudden, furious outburst, he slams his hand down onto the table. Even Julian is completely sold on this story. He claims that the hero Kajin was Davin's true friend. But in reality, Kajin constantly bullied him. Vinchin can't take it anymore and snaps at Julian. Julian demands to know the reason for his sudden outburst. Our hero then explains, it's because this entire story is nothing but a lie. Hearing this, Julian retorts, if you're so confident, then you must be from that exact age. So he playfully calls our hero an old man. He also suggests that Vinchin calm down. He further adds that history is merely a mix of stories, left behind by the victors, so he shouldn't dwell on it so much. Hearing such profound word from a 13-year-old kid, our hero can barely believe it. But Julian claims the world is vastly different from 500 years ago, so he'll find many things that will appear strange to him. Though annoyed by this story, he sinks back into the chair as Julian explains further. According to the tale, King Kajin, along with his best friend, the Sun's Word Emperor, killed the archdemon Davin. Our protagonist has never heard of the Sun's Word Emperor, so he immediately questions Julian about him. Julian answers that his name was Arslan, the ancestor of the Adenka family. At the mention of the name, Vinchin remembers that little boy, and a soft smile graces his lips. That boy was quite fond of our hero in the past, and once confessed his desire to become just like him. Seeing the pure admiration in Arslan's eyes, Davin took him in as his own little brother, because he never thought someone could actually admire a person as handicapped as he was. Arslan even visited him in prison and always encouraged him, assuring him that the truth would come out one day, because he believed that Davin could never do such a heinous thing. He remembers the day when Arslan came to him for the very last time and was desperate to prove our hero's innocence. But after that day, he never saw him again. Julian further explains that his dream is somehow related to Arslan's, which is taking over the Samian family and facing reality, the idea of finding the truth. This thought keeps replaying in our hero's mind, because in his previous encounter with Arslan, Arslan said those very same words. Our hero wonders if it's just a coincidence, but every single clue points to the truth. Arslan Falcon abandoned his family to establish the Adenka family. This implies that, to uncover the real truth, this very family was specifically created solely to prove our protagonist's innocence. So, Davin, now inhabiting Vinchin, finally realizes that his reincarnation into this family is to reclaim his true honor. Next, he questions Julian, asking if his true calling is to fulfill his family's mission. And once that's accomplished, will he truly become a real god? Julian agrees, adding that if he succeeds, he'll not only permanently inhabit this body, but he'll also receive blessings from Julian. Walking with purpose, our hero grabs a sword hanging on the wall and offers his thanks to Arslan for giving him the opportunity to dismantle the family that always looked down on him. and for granting him the chance to finally become a part of his family. As Vincent makes his exit, Julian, trailing close behind our protagonist, calls him an old man and asks where he's headed. Hearing this, Vincent yells for him not to use that name. So Julian quickly switches to brother, a name that sounds much more pleasing to our hero. Mid-conversation, they suddenly hear some noises. Looking over in that direction, they spot armored soldiers training on the grounds below. Watching them, Vincent wonders how much their fighting style has evolved, and just how powerful the Samyon family must be by now. He's excited at the prospect of facing them again. But then, he's hit by a sudden wave of dizziness and collapses to the ground. That night, our boy is sitting in his room, attempting to channel strength back into his body, because the body he's inhabiting is incredibly weak and demands immense mana just to control it. But then, he senses a peculiar change in his body's mana flow. So he immediately calls for Julian to discuss it. In just a few seconds, Julian appears. A figure in a knight suit appears before him. The moment he shows up, our protagonist, grabbing him firmly by the shoulder, begins to shake him relentlessly, demanding to know why he never learned swordsmanship. Julian explains that he was born with a certain disability, preventing him from ever learning it. But our hero argues he possesses a heavenly exoskeleton body, which means learning swordsmanship would have been an incredible asset for him. Julian gets furious, not understanding why Vincent is yelling at him like this. In response, our protagonist explains that having such a skeleton allows him to store mana anywhere in his body, even within his bones. But Julian is still utterly confused. So Vincent elaborates that in martial arts, a person is capable of wielding far more strength than normal, thanks to mana. The miracle-generating mana is typically stored in the heart, but someone with a heavenly exoskeleton can store this miracle mana in their bones too. This means such a person can possess unlimited mana. Vincent then adds that Kajin, renowned as the king hero, also possessed the very same body as him. Our hero finds it incredibly bizarre that after 500 long years, he got reincarnated into a body so similar to Kajin's, the very person he was jealous of his entire life. Julian states he's going to explain it to him one more time, saying he can't link the imagery to the heart, but being unfamiliar with this new world. Our protagonist knows absolutely nothing about imagery. So Julian, though visibly annoyed, begins to explain. Imagery, he clarifies, is a conceptual storage of mana. Hearing this, our boy completely flusters up, because if they aren't using the heart to store mana, then what about his meditation method? Apparently, Julian has no knowledge of this meditation method, since there's such a huge difference in their ages. Both are unfamiliar with the methods of each other's eras. Vincent then states that Arslan Falcon was a true master of the meditation method. As for the new method, Julian explains they store mana through imagery. Each one is called a star, and the number of these stars determines a martial artist's strength. As for storing mana directly in the body, they abandoned that method ages ago. Our hero looks incredibly disappointed, but shaking it off, he starts pondering this imagery method. The requirement to get even one star is linking the imagery. Vincent realizes why they adopted a new method. The previous one was incredibly risky, and many martial artists perished due to sudden bursts within their hearts. Despite knowing all these risks, our boy begins to store mana in his heart. So Julian immediately starts panicking, but our protagonist assures him not to worry. Vincent is a professional at this method. From his past life, But since Julian doesn't know this, he's yelling at him, trying to make him stop, saying he should at least follow the circulatory formula. Hearing this, Vincent stops and inquires about that method. Julian claims just letting mana circulate in the body is incredibly risky, but our hero states back in his day, no one followed any method. Though half died, half also survived, which means he also has a chance of survival now. Vincent lies on the bed to get some rest, while Julian yells to treat his body gently. Our boy questions, if you're really worried about my body, then why did you make it so weak? Because my body is quite strong, and with a rare skeleton, I can store a high amount of mana too, which means I could have surpassed the Samyeon family easily. Such a rare skeleton requires mana, while my body has been yearning for it for the past 13 years. These are clear signs that my body will die, even more upon reaching adulthood, once Julian is gone. Our protagonist is working on a meditation method, which can stop his body from dying for a period, and the maximum he can gain is 10 years. But our hero thinks 10 years is more than enough to prove my worth. He remembers the 10 years of his past life, too, when he was imprisoned and starved, leaving him to die even as he begged for his life. Those 10 years profoundly scarred our protagonist's mind. An entire night had passed by now, but our protagonist remained motionless, deep in thought. That's when a servant furiously pounded on the door, and then, with a resounding crash, burst into the room. Seeing the utter chaos and disarray of the room, he instantly began to fret about what transpired here, standing throughout the night. Vincent then questions if he is a servant, while also desperately searching his memories for information. In his memories, the servant's details. Though utterly shocked, the servant replies yes. Vincent finally recalls his name, Wilson. Immediately after this, our hero takes off his clothes and throws them directly at Wilson. He orders him to bring new clothes and also clean the room. As Wilson holds the clothes, he thinks something seems deeply suspicious about Vincent. Moreover, physically, he appears surprisingly strong too. Ignoring this, he questions the young master about the reason behind the disastrous condition of his room, and asks if he conducted some sort of experiment here. But our protagonist, feigning ignorance, answers no. As Julian had told him earlier, the real Vincent was a mere weakling. Even his servants never showed him any respect. So, Wilson brazenly begins yelling at our boy, even calling him completely mad. Furthermore, he claims, it appears Vincent has learned some kind of black magic, which he intends to report to the Grand Chamberlain. Walking slowly towards him, Vincent coolly states that Wilson should simply follow the orders of his master. But it's incredibly bold of you to question your own master, and even threaten him, too. Vincent glares intensely at him while once again ordering him to do the work he had just instructed. But Wilson yells back that he's told him before. He doesn't like doing such menial chores. Interrupting him, our hero sharply retorts, "You are a servant, and obeying your master is your only priority." After this, he snatches the clothes right out of Wilson's hand, saying he'll ask the Grand Chamberlain to get him new clothes. He'll also tell them the real reason behind it, that his servant isn't willing to fulfill any of his orders. Hearing this, Wilson immediately pales with fear and snatches the clothes from our hero's hands, promising he'll wash them thoroughly and even clean the room too, so our hero won't have to lift a finger. Julian is also there, watching it all unfold, witnessing the entire scene play out. Our protagonist then boldly declares he'll teach everyone here a harsh lesson and show them what a true seventh young lord of Adenka is like. Julian, however, worries about Wilson. He's a known criminal, after all, with a horrifying record of countless killings. But Vincent, unlike Julian, believes he's just a coward, simply lying about his bloody past. Julian laughs wryly, asking how he can be so incredibly certain. Our hero, gazing intently into Julian's eyes, claims he has actually lived that kind of life himself, and that's how he knows the truth. Julian grows increasingly frightened of our hero, wondering if he summoned a demon, instead of a spirit king, into his body. The next day, Wilson returns, carrying the washed clothes Vincent gave him yesterday. His face is contorted in a furious expression. Wilson then demands our hero's opinion on how well he cleaned the room. Our hero thanks him, then casually moves on. He then advises Vincent not to make such a mess again next time. Witnessing his unwavering confidence, Wilson realizes he won't gain anything, no matter how he acts in front of others. As the scene continues, Vincent orders his servant to fetch him a wooden sword. And as for the specific requirements, he wants it 1 meter long, weighing about 500 grams, and made from black scented wood. Wilson, a mocking grin on his face, questions what will happen if he refuses to obey. In response, Vincent simply stands up and walks, stating he can get the sword himself. But before he does, Wilson will have to answer to the storeroom guard about Vincent showing up there in person. Apparently, these guards are actually powerful martial artists, fiercely loyal to the nobles of the house. Once again, Wilson is struck with fear, just like yesterday. And to stop Vincent from going, a hand lands on our boy's shoulder, but his muscle memory kicks in. Vincent instinctively flings him to the ground. He quickly apologizes for the reflex, but he couldn't help himself. Memories of past ambushes still haunt him. Wilson, groaning in pain, claims he doesn't recall any such incident happening to him. But meanwhile, our protagonist turns his back to Wilson. His new body is incredibly weak, unable to handle such a burst of strength. The strain is clearly visible on his face, which Vincent desperately tries to hide from Wilson. As the servant struggles to his feet, he's about to unleash a torrent of insults about our hero. But at Vincent's stern request, he stops short. Instead, he calms down and asks about the sword's requirements. Calmly after this, he exits the room to retrieve the sword. He slams the door shut in a fit of rage, but then returns to apologize for it. The servant is absolutely seething with fury at our hero, wanting desperately to teach him a lesson. After some time, he brings a sword, but it doesn't meet the specifications. So, instead of taking it, Vincent begins recounting the tale of someone he knew. This person was handicapped in their right arm, leading a terrible life, with an even more horrific end. Hearing this, Wilson becomes utterly terrified and hands over the sword that our protagonist actually wanted. After this, he finally takes his leave. Once Wilson is gone, our boy gazes at the sword, ready to begin his rigorous training. Sometime later, in the training ground, Vincent is diligently training with his sword. Since this body is so weak, he's already exhausted after only a few attempts. This means he's going to struggle immensely to regain the strength he once had in his past life. But just being able to wield a sword like this makes our hero feel incredibly good. Suddenly, someone cuts clean through the training dummy our protagonist was just practicing on. Then, proudly boasting of his strength, he apologizes for it. He mentions he can't sense the boy's mana because it's incredibly low. Annoyed, Vincent demands to know who he is. The boy replies, introducing himself as Revenadenka, and he also knows Vincent, the weakling. Right then, Julian begins speaking to our hero telepathically. He reveals Revan is a collateral descendant. Revan also boasts he'll win the assembly of true swords. He's the son of that man Vinshan met just days ago. Our hero remembers him clearly. He was the first person Vinshan met. After his reincarnation, Julian warns our protagonist to be careful, because Revan is a surprisingly strong and skilled swordsman. Meanwhile, Revan declares he's here to see Vinshan, because after the assembly of true swords, they're definitely going to clash. The assembly of true swords is a competition among children of various martial families. It's a fight of real swords from the Adenka family. While there's no strict age limit, participants are usually around 14 years old. Winning grants them a chance to fight against the Adenka's direct descendants of the same age, which means someone will get to fight him. Vinshan, known as the weakest among all descendants. Revan scoffs at our hero's perceived weakness, advising him to stay prepared. But our hero retorts that he isn't scared of anyone. This only makes Revan laugh even louder. Seeing such disrespect, our hero fumes, remembering that in his past life as Davin, even though handicapped, he was respected by everyone. Even Kajin, for all his resistance, still respected him. Vinshan furiously calls Revan a disgrace to martial artists. This makes Revan visibly flustered, so the two immediately start arguing. Observing the unfolding situation, Julian warns our hero not to clash with Revan, explaining that Revan is currently far stronger than him. Our protagonist responds that he's well aware of that, but he senses an underlying inferiority within Revan, which suggests Revan was raised in such a way. Our hero believes both Revan and his father aren't true martial artists. He's actually comparing them to the martial artists from 500 years ago. Afterward, Vincent points his sword directly at Revan, declaring that disrespectful children like him used to be taught a lesson by their elders back in the day. In response, Revan retaliates by pointing his own sword at our hero. Even though Revan is confident he can defeat our protagonist, he still finds himself strangely intimidated. With a mocking smirk, Vincent declares he doesn't know how Revan will fight in the actual competition, if he's already quaking in his boots over a wooden sword. As our hero continues to mock him, Revan's fury explodes, and he dashes toward our boy, with every intention of finishing him off. Yet in this critical moment, even as Revan charges to attack, our hero remains completely unfazed, not even moving a muscle, while Julian panics beside himself. Just then, Revan's servant intervenes, stopping him from behind. Julian lets out a huge sigh of relief. Although Revan is absolutely determined to kill our protagonist, his servant quickly suggests he should wait until the actual competition. That way, he can fight without any repercussions. Right now, he'd just be inviting a massive problem. Left with no other option, Revan relents and challenges our hero to meet on the day of the competition, where he promises to teach him a real lesson. Later that night, back in Vincent's room, Julian questions him about his earlier behavior toward Revan. Our protagonist answers that he was simply trying to teach the guy some manners. This only makes Julian more exasperated, because he wanted a powerful spirit king in his body, but instead he got a crazy, reckless spirit. Looking at the books around them, our boy states, this is the primary reason. He's trying to learn about this new world. In this moment, he discovers a picture of himself on one of the pages. He gets very curious, but Julian snatches it away from him, insisting they have far more important things to discuss, like blessings and traits. Shifting back to their main conversation, Julian informs our hero about the traits, which were created artificially, simply known as a man-made blessing. Hearing this, our protagonist is absolutely terrified, because what he knows is this: if humans create a blessing, they face the wrath of the gods. Julian just turns his head away. Julian then boasts that he's also a god, and our boy has disrespected him, but he should be thankful to Julian that he hasn't been punished yet. Moving on, our hero adds that if he remembers correctly, Ravin has a unique trait too, something called Steelman. Julian explains this trait, mainly focuses on strengthening the body. Moreover, it's a medium-level trait, especially strong in both defense and destruction. Our hero thinks he won't need martial practice, but Julian claims with it he can get even stronger, remembering how Ravin sliced that dummy. Vincent can't deny the fact that Ravin is actually stronger and more powerful than others his age, from our protagonist's old era. Now, if he really wants to win against them and prove himself, he must practice every skill. The next day, our hero returns to the training ground. Others are gossiping about him, looking down at him, as usual. Suddenly, someone appears from behind, telling them to shut up. It's Merlin, the vice captain of the White Sword unit, saying there's nothing weird about it, so they shouldn't look down on the young master. After apologizing, those servants quickly run away. Although Merlin said this loudly, looking at our hero, he also thinks of him as a shame to this family. Nothing else. Though our hero doesn't care what others think, Julian is feeling embarrassed, so he suggests practicing in a forest instead. In response, our protagonist thinks they don't have to go that far. Moreover, he doesn't feel bad about it, since he used to feel inferior to others. In his past life, when everyone looked down and insulted him, because he was one-armed, he turned it into his strength and proved them wrong. So this time, too, he believes in himself. After practicing for a while, our hero is absolutely exhausted. So someone hands him an advanced recovery potion. It's none other than Vice Captain Merlin. He advises Vincent to drink it right away. It'll give him back his strength. Grabbing the bottle, our protagonist asks for an introduction. As Merlin introduces himself, our hero asks, "Why aren't you looking down on me like everyone else?" Merlin replies that he did at first, but after seeing the sheer desperation in his eyes, it felt shameful to laugh at such a determined martial artist. Looking at Merlin, Vincent declares he'll definitely remember him. Then he suggests Merlin go, since it looks like he was on patrol. As he leaves, Merlin glances back and wishes our protagonist good luck. After that, for the entire day, our hero practiced tirelessly on the dummy, while he drank the potion at intervals. At night, he studied with Julian's help. Our hero remembers the way he felt mana in his heart, when he was desperate to defeat Kajin. Now in this new life, he is determined to feel that mana again. And finally, after struggling for days, our hero was able to cut down the dummy, using his wooden sword and mana. Meanwhile, our protagonist also makes Wilson do a lot of work. He's ordered him to bring him breakfast at 5 a.m. Wilson is absolutely furious with our hero. So, he hatches a plan to teach his young master a lesson. The scene shifts to Vincent's room. Wilson is placing breakfast in front of him, and as he takes the cover off the plate, the main course is nowhere to be seen. Only side dishes remain, but our hero can clearly see little chunks of food on Wilson's face. So he calmly suggests, "You should wipe that off after eating someone's food, so they won't get suspicious of you. For now, I'm letting this matter go, but I don't want it to happen again." In order to scare our hero, Wilson begins to tell him a story. about killing people. But since Vinchun knows the truth of it, he just laughs it off, using his mana. Our protagonist mentally communicates to Wilson, without speaking, that he isn't scared of him. What's more, he can also use his powers. But Wilson should be grateful he isn't using them. Wilson can't believe his ears, since Vinchun couldn't use mana until recently. And now, all of a sudden, he can even do telepathy. After this, our hero offers him a spot on his side, because before long, he's going to be incredibly famous. Then he'll be proud of his master, and that time will arrive soon. While walking out of the room, Wilson, though scared, claims he'll never become loyal to him. But Vinchun's charm? He can't deny it. Meanwhile, in the training ground, Merlin is looking for our hero, but can't find him anywhere. Then he sees the half-cut scarecrow, and wonders if he cut it with an actual blade, because the cut appears quite precise. As far as he knows, the young master only uses a wooden blade, so he wonders what kind of martial art the young master is working on. The next day, our hero is getting ready while Wilson, who is also in the room, is folding his clothes. Seeing the change in Wilson, Julian is quite happy and appreciates Vinchun for changing him. Turning towards Wilson, our protagonist begins to complain about the state of his clothes, saying that they aren't worthy enough for a noble. And as for food, he thinks it's always very low quality. Even Julian is confused about it. So Vinchun explains that someone is stealing money, and therefore, he's doubting his servant. But Wilson is just confused about the situation, so it doesn't appear like he's embezzling it. But our hero knows he must find the person behind it. Meanwhile, Ravin, in his room, is also practicing. He's thinking about his meeting with our hero, when he was mocked for being scared of a wooden sword. And he gets extremely furious at that moment. His father storms into the room, keen to check on his training, as the crucial competition looms just around the corner. And to finally break free from this meager life, he absolutely must defeat Vinchun. His father's actually putting immense pressure on his son to triumph over the main family. Their ultimate goal? To surpass them all, determined yet terrified. Ravin desperately wants to win his fight, not only to prove himself to his father, but also to ensure that his family reclaims their lost standing. Meanwhile, Julian presents our protagonist with a vital book, detailing the participants of the assembly of true swords. This isn't just a simple registry. It holds not only personal information, but also their unique techniques and distinguishing traits. Later, Vinchun confronts Julian, inquiring if he summoned him into his body, specifically so he could win the assembly of true swords. While that's certainly part of the grand scheme, Julian's true objective is the legendary Miracle Stone, an artifact said to dramatically amplify a person's strength to an unimaginable degree, and it's awarded to the champion. Witnessing this fierce determination, our protagonist's resolve to win intensifies. Leaping from his chair, our hero boldly declares, though he may not be the spirit King Julian originally sought to summon, he'll absolutely prove himself superior to them all. Immediately after, he rings the bell, summoning a servant. As Wilson steps into the room, our hero, a sly smirk playing on his lips, issues a mysterious order. A short while later, Wilson raps on the office door of Grand Chamberlain Rialsa. After announcing himself, he steps inside. Rialsa, a formidable middle-aged woman, sits in her chair, her gaze fixed intently on him. She sharply inquires about the reason for his unexpected presence. As she's a high-level martial artist, Wilson is visibly trembling with fear. Gathering his courage, Wilson explains, He's here under the direct order of the younger master, Vincent. Vincent has sent a personal request for the patriarch to attend the assembly of true swords in person. Realsa, who had been meticulously writing on a page, freezes at his words. Meanwhile, Wilson, still with his eyes cast nervously toward the ground, continues his report, stating that as a member of the main family, Vincent is determined to prove himself to everyone, but she flatly rejects his request, claiming the patriarch has no time to attend, and never has at that. Then Wilson adds, the young master also wants to mention she should stop embezzling the money too. After blurting this out, Wilson gets scared and, while making his hasty exit, bolts from the scene. Behind him, Rielza, lost deep in thought, wonders why Vincent sent his servant, when coming himself would have been far more effective. But then it dawns on her. He seems to have uncovered the truth about her. The scene shifts, and now she stands behind the patriarch, informing him that the young master has officially invited him to the assembly of true swords. As the patriarch begins to reprimand her, she quickly adds that Vincent claims in this competition that he is going to prove himself. Hearing this, he asks Rielza for her opinion on whether Vincent is truly capable of such a feat. Though she's also not confident in our hero, she drops to the floor and bows before the patriarch, pleading with him to attend. As for herself, she's ready to become the notary public, meaning she's staking her life on Vincent. And if Vincent somehow loses, she will be killed. But the patriarch is quite confused about why she's doing this. The Chamberlain answers it is because the young master knows something about her, which is about the embezzlement of money. The patriarch says, putting Rielza in complete shock. Furthermore, the patriarch already knows that she's doing it for Vincent's future, so he says nothing about it. Actually, Rielza is Sarvana's servant, Vincent's mother. That's why she's worried about our hero. On the other hand, the patriarch is comparing his son Vincent to his wife, to Sarvana, because Vincent's claim about winning the competition is truly what Sarvana herself would have done. Standing up, the patriarch agrees to personally attend the assembly of true swords. The day of the assembly of true swords has arrived. So, Revan, alongside the other participants, makes his grand entrance into the arena, eyes set on our hero. Revan glances at the stage and spots Patriarch Khan himself sitting there. It's the first time in history the Patriarch has ever attended the arena. Revan's confidence skyrockets. He knows he'll win and prove his strength. Once the matches officially begin, Revan's fight is up first against another skilled martial artist. Though his opponent struggled, Revan, a 2-star steelman, was simply unbeatable. Defeating him was practically impossible. So, Revan emerges victorious in this match. His father, along with the other spectators, erupts in cheers and praise for him. Meanwhile, our hero, also present, muses that they're quite the geniuses, compared to the people from 500 years ago. But in terms of actual martial arts, they're rather weak. Moreover, our protagonist, after analyzing the fight, concludes their fighting style seems quite ineffective, and their battles mainly focus on individual traits, rather than the fight itself. Bowing before the patriarch and the cheering crowd, to show his respect, Revan flashes a smile at our hero too, as if issuing a direct challenge. After this, Revan sweeps all his matches against the other participants. It's already evening now. Now, standing before the patriarch, Revan Adenka, boldly challenges the direct descendant. Vikinadenka, since it's the rule. Our protagonist accepts the challenge and enters the arena. As both stand face to face, the referee, Zarin, steps forward, ready to begin the match. But our hero stops him, declaring he has a condition. At that moment, Wilson brings forward a wooden sword. Taking it, our protagonist declares he will fight only with it. Furthermore, he'll fight using only his left hand, and he'll even let his opponent land the first 3 attacks. Hearing these conditions, the crowd starts buzzing about our hero. Vincent further declares that, during these 3 attacks, he won't budge an inch from his spot. Ravin, feeling belittled, believes our boy is looking down on him, so he starts yelling loudly within the crowd. Ravin's father shouts that he's just doing it to divert their attention, because in the end, he'll still lose. But surprisingly, the patriarch agrees with our protagonists. Conditions moving forward. Zarin declares the battle start and steps away. The moment the referee moves the flag, Ravin dashes towards our boy, ready to attack. Meanwhile, Vincent remembers the plan he made with Julian. He told him the first attack would be minor, but the second one could be truly dangerous. Looking at Ravin's fighting style, our hero is clearly unimpressed. And as Ravin comes near for the second attack, our protagonist successfully deflects it. He used sheer mana strength to deflect an opponent's sword like this. The person must be several levels stronger than the opponent. Therefore, Ravin is in utter disbelief. As Ravin approaches Vincent for the third attack, our hero effortlessly throws him off the ground. Taking out his sword, our protagonist is now ready to prove himself to his father and help Julian fulfill his dream too. The whole crowd watches the battle in absolute shock. Even Patriarchon is shocked by his son's bravery. It seems like Ravin is struggling to stand up, while his father continuously yells at him. Even Julian is utterly confused by this. But our hero, a real martial artist, knows other ways to defeat an enemy, even without a weapon, skills he learned in his past life. At this moment, Ravin stands up, claiming he must have received a blessing. But it seems like he's only gotten a minor god, so he mocks our protagonist about it. Hearing this, Julian gets furious. Vincent states he can think whatever he wants, but the undeniable fact is he's definitely going to lose this round. Ravin relentlessly attacks our hero again, carefully analyzing the incoming attacks. Julian calls for a quick move to the left. Because Ravin is lightning fast, our protagonist launches a counterattack with his sword, striking Ravin's wooden neck. Yet it causes him no harm, though Vincent can't unleash his full power due to his fragile physique. He's certain Ravin will repeat the attack, and just as predicted, he does. As Ravin soars toward our hero with his sword, Vincent, channeling his mana, forces him to retreat, calling out to the referee to avert the looming tragedy. Our boy dashes towards his opponent to strike him while he's still midair, considering this his last chance. As he soars through the air, Ravin mysteriously weaves a magical path with his sword, a truly mysterious sword path that Vincent will use for his ultimate attack, precisely matching the dots of that path. Our protagonist charges straight at him, at maximum speed, to unleash his attack, which is an ultimate absolute sword slash, and he successfully lands it. This devastating attack has the power to sever the opponent's skill, and everything with it. As Ravin tumbles into the crowd, his arm is already severed. Every single person, including the referee, is simply staring at them in dismay. pointing decisively at him. Our hero urges the referee to declare his victory before he severs Ravin's leg too. And so, he declares our protagonist the champion, while other servants tend to Ravin's arm, desperately trying to stop the bleeding. His father has also entered the arena. Meanwhile, our hero lectures referee Zeren, since he was there to prevent anything bad from happening, yet still, Ravin's arm was severed, and so, Zeren profusely apologizes to young Master Vincent. Julian is worrying about Vincent's body, which could soon collapse, so he needs to rest. But our hero believes now isn't the time. Then, he points directly at the Patriarch. Our protagonist declares he's proven his worth, too. Just as he promised, the Patriarch agrees. Patriarch Khan then declares Vincent the ultimate champion of the assembly of true swords. And now, it's time for the much-anticipated award ceremony. The scene shifts to the grand ceremony hall, where nobles are all seated, waiting. Patriarch Khan prepares to hand the crystal mana to our boy. But just then, Raven's father storms into the hall, claiming he senses something suspicious about this fight. At this very moment, a priest also enters, urgently reporting a grave problem to the Patriarch. When questioned, he explains that despite their best efforts, Raven's arm is still not reattaching itself back to his body. This news utterly devastates Raven's father, as he realizes his son will be permanently handicapped, forever defined by this injury. Raven's father screams for someone to intervene, but the priest asserts they've never encountered such an injury before, making treatment impossible. Even Julian is stunned by this news. The priest then leads them to Raven, further explaining that the power used to sever his arm is far beyond their divine healing powers, so they must act immediately, otherwise it will be too late. Seeing his son in such a state, Raven's father furiously shouts that Vincent must have used some illicit skills, which resulted in this. Even Vincent's siblings are now gossiping, suspecting him of using the apostles' forbidden skills. At this tense moment, Vincent formally requests permission from the Patriarch to handle this critical matter himself. Once granted permission, our hero steps forward with a confident grin, in a loud voice, ensuring everyone can hear. Vincent boldly states that this entire competition was held under the Patriarch's direct supervision, and after he won, Patriarch Khan himself declared him the victor. Therefore, it means Charles is directly doubting the Patriarch's judgment and his supreme authority, nothing less. As the scene unfolds, our protagonist commands Zeren to seize Revan's father. Hearing this, Charles erupts in fury, while Zeren, left with no other option, charges at Charles Adenka and arrests him for daring to question the Patriarch's authority, right in front of everyone. Next, Patriarch Khan suggests Charles should be grateful to Vincent, because if he hadn't reminded him of it, he could have faced an even harsher punishment. Since he, too, is a father, he will overlook this matter, but he warns this must never happen again. After that, the Patriarch showers praise on our boy, and in return, Vincent expresses his gratitude by bowing deeply before him. Seeing this, Julian beams with happiness, because getting praised by the Patriarch is no minor feat. On the other hand, the priest is still desperately trying to reattach Revan's arm back to his body. Here, Julian presents an idea to our hero and suggests he should definitely go for it, because it will absolutely benefit them. Approaching the priest, Vincent asks if it's possible to fix the arm using the miracle stone. He further claims he is the reason Revan is in such a dire condition. So, if you want to set things right, As he looks at Patriarch Khan, he states he will agree with whatever decision Khan makes. He then turns to Charles Adenka, reminding him how his son had laughed at him earlier. Though Revan's father apologizes profusely to our protagonist, Vinchun dramatically cuts off the ropes with which Charles was bound and demands something in return, because only after that will he grant the use of the miracle stone for his son. As Charles inquires about the demands, Vinchun states he wants someone else's arm in return. In his mind, our hero brands Revan a total loser, because he knows Revan is conscious and listening to every single word. Yet for his own arm, he isn't stopping his father. After pondering for a moment, Charles agrees to fulfill Vinchun's shocking demand, which clearly demonstrates the immense love he has for his son. Though visibly shaken, Charles is determined to do absolutely anything for his son. Just as he's about to sever the arm, Vinchun reminds Zarin of his earlier command, to prevent any form of tragedy. So, before the blade can even touch Charles's arm, Zarin splits it into two, kneeling on one leg before the Patriarch. Our protagonist declares he has made his decision. So, Patriarch Khan hands him the miracle stone, which he then gives to the priest, placing the stone in his mouth above Revan's arm. The priest prays for a moment, and then shatters it into pieces. As these fragments fall onto his arm, Revan's arm miraculously begins to heal. And though Julian and Vinchun regretted giving away the divine stone, they had no other option. Meanwhile, inside the hall, Wilson was listening to the whole matter unfold. Now, he finds our hero, whom he never liked, quite cool, remembering the time. Vinchun asked him to be loyal. Wilson is now ready to work with unwavering loyalty under his young master. Inside the hall, Revan and his father are hugging each other, crying. At night, Wilson enters Vinchun's room, a smile on his face, asking our hero about dinner. Julian is confused by his sudden change. Vinchun asks the reason behind it, wondering if being acknowledged by everyone isn't what Wilson truly wished for. Julian answers that he actually manifested something, even greater in this instance. They hear a knock at the door and are surprised, thinking Wilson arrived quite quickly with food. The door opens, and a priest named Dylan walks in. As he introduces himself, Vinchun asks him the reason for his arrival. Dylan is actually the priest who healed Revan earlier, so he's here to express his gratitude to Vinchun for the act he performed earlier. Moving on, he takes out the miracle stone, which he received after healing Revan. Our protagonist is confused why Dylan is giving it to him. Dylan begins to explain why he became a priest, because he felt happy helping people in pain. But today, seeing young Master Revan's condition, he was a bit hesitant to use a miracle stone. In stark contrast, Vinchun stepped up, offering the stone he had just won, without a moment's hesitation. This made Dylan realize his grave error. Now, he genuinely believes Vinchun deserves this honor. Despite accepting the miracle stone, our hero humbly claims he did nothing at all. After that, Dylan hands a special token to our protagonist, which he can use whenever he needs assistance from the temple. Furthermore, he reveals to our hero that he is a second-class priest, a fact not yet disclosed to the public. While Julian and our hero are still staring wide-eyed at the token, this news hits Julian even harder than it does Vinchun. But our boy doesn't understand the full context behind it, so he excitedly asks Julian to explain. Julian explains, it's like having unlimited access to the temple. Even the token in his hand signifies that whoever possesses it should be treated just like a second-class priest. The priest bows deeply towards Vinchun to express his gratitude, then takes his leave. Once he's gone, they're excitedly discussing this incredible new achievement. Julian states it's his first time receiving such high praise, so it feels completely surreal. Amidst this lively conversation, Julian remembers something important. Vincent's father usually dines alone, but he once invited his second-born daughter, Da, to dinner, after she secured an incredible victory in the assembly of true swords. So, he thinks our hero might get invited too, but it's only a 50-50 chance. Standing from his chair, despite his body still being quite weak, Vin Shun starts to put on his jacket. He explains that even though they're still unsure, it's always good to stay prepared. At this moment, Wilson bursts through the door with a bang, and with a trembling voice. He can only stammer the patriarch's name, but since our hero already knew, he strides out of the room, finishing Wilson's sentence for him, that he's been invited by him. Now, Wilson is even more inspired by our protagonist. As the scene proceeds, our protagonist is now walking through the corridor, on his way to the dining room when he encounters his stepmother, Versa, absolutely radiant, then praises our boy for winning the competition. Vincent bows deeply before her, expressing his gratitude. She responds with a gentle smile. Julian then elaborates, explaining that she was an incredible martial artist. People even called her giant. She politely asks our hero to follow her, as his father is waiting. The moment he steps into the room, his father furiously yells his name. Our hero immediately wonders why his father seems so different from this morning. Is he testing him with a smirk? Vincent interjects, stating there's no need to yell at his own son. Not publicly like this. The patriarch questions the reason behind Vincent's comment, and Vincent answers that the mother told him. His father was waiting, rather than being displeased. Our hero's father praises him for noticing such a small detail. He then begins to explain that there are two reasons for his summoning here. The first reason, obviously, is to congratulate him on his victory. And secondly, he wants to know if Charles's claims are true. Versa, with her magical eyes, scans our hero and reports to his father that she found no possibility of him being an apostle. Julian explains to our boy that the mother's eye can see through all truth. The patriarch questions if he isn't supported by God and also hasn't linked any image to his heart. Then, how did he make such an incredible attack on Revan? Versa explains that his techniques seem similar to those of hero King Kajin, who was a master at swinging his sword in strange ways. Moreover, he was strong enough to defeat the archdemon Davin. Hearing this, our hero again gets furious, but then his stepmother approaches him, gently placing her hands on his shoulder. She then politely asks Vincent how he learned this technique, which resembles hero Kajin's so much. Seeing Versa acting like this, Vincent finally understands she's the one who summoned him here. And why? She craves knowledge about the origins of martial arts. Just as he's about to spill the beans, Julian cuts him off, and our hero tells him, has he forgotten already? You must know she can see right through any lies. So their lame excuses won't work here. Our boy contemplates just telling the truth. But Julian insists he wants to try something first. She stands there, waiting for him to speak. Meanwhile, Julian is getting seriously anxious. He's absolutely terrified of his stepmother. Our protagonist steps in to encourage him, to overcome fear. All it takes is just one single step, and today he's going to take that step for him. Vincent states that he actually did receive a revelation, but receiving it without any blessings. That seems incredibly odd to her, because only those of evil are said to receive revelations in this way. But our hero had no idea about that, so he falls silent once more. Moving on, Vinchin declares she's growing incredibly suspicious. So if he doesn't tell her everything, he'll face trial at the sacred court. Here, Julian urges our boy to just follow his words. Vinchin asserts they can check everything with the temple, pulling out the miracle stone given to him by Dylan. Our hero declares that if he truly is a devil, then this stone would have recognized him. Vinchin immediately recognizes the stone, because she was the one who gave it to that priest. And since her eyes didn't react at all, it means he isn't lying about any of this. Our hero further adds, even though he received the revelation, he didn't learn swordsmanship directly from it. Instead, he read books about it, because no matter what, he truly wanted to prove himself. Julian then tells our hero that any truth about his own life and Julian's life will appear true to Vinchin. He further explains that somehow he knew he had to do something to surpass the Samyon family and prove his worth to his father. This truth actually belongs to Julian and Davin from 500 years ago, too. Now, even the temple has proven it to be true, so only the father's final decision remains. The patriarch starts thoughtfully stroking his chin, and seeing this, a knowing smile spreads across Versa's face, because only she knows. The patriarch only does this when he's completely satisfied with something. After pondering it for a while, Vincent's father finally announces his decision, which is this: he can continue working on this martial art. But here's the catch. He should focus on Davin's swordsmanship, since it's similar to Cajun's. That's because once the Samyon family discovers they're using Hero King, Cajun's technique, they'll be furious. But as for Davin, they'll say nothing about it. So Versa questions the patriarch if he truly made this decision. After considering all these facts, calling her my lady, he answers he's considered every possibility before declaring his decision. Moving on, Versa just encourages our boy to practice, because his father has taken responsibility for whatever happens next. Standing from his chair, Vincent's father asks if he has any desire, which he'll fulfill, as a reward for winning the assembly of true swords and saving the family's face. Shin declares he wants to get stronger, so his father questions how he can help him with that. Julian advises him to demand access to the library. Acting on this advice, our hero presents his wish to his father. The patriarch questions if he has succeeded in linking imagery to the heart, because only 3-star martial artists are allowed to enter the library. Our hero answers he hasn't succeeded yet. That's why he wants to make the most of this opportunity. So his father agrees to his wish. After this, he also gives the Crimson Lotus sword to our boy as his reward. This is the sword his father used in his youth. Basically, the Adrinka family's history walks out of the room. Our protagonist is analyzing the sword, and it looks incredibly powerful, while Julian just zips around completely ecstatic. But our hero asserts he can easily control it, because they're destined to achieve even greater things as they move forward into the future. Julian admits that he was initially disappointed when he was first summoned into this body. He now realizes that it was truly the best thing that ever happened to him. Meanwhile, Wilson is waiting for our hero outside, and as Vinchin prepares to leave with him, Versa calls out to him from behind. She praises him once more for all his struggles, and also urges him to enter the Crimson Fortress according to their ancient customs, as he is the victor of the recent competition. Julian then explains it all to our hero. It's a specialized training institute of the Adenka family, And whoever successfully completes the training here becomes a formidable, high-level martial artist. The requirements to enter it are simple: winning the assembly of true swords, and defeating the formidable Crimson Demon. And, following Julian's advice, our hero replies that he's still unsure about it. Versa looks a bit disappointed, because she had thought he would definitely take part in it. Plus, due to the technique he used earlier, his body must be in immense pain, she adds. As our hero nods in agreement, his mother adds that means the chances of winning against the demon are extremely low. Instead, he'll simply die. Julian can't believe the stepmother is actually advising him, so our hero wonders if she's finally started to like him. Julian is understandably confused about this, so our protagonist explains that his enemies from his past life imprisoned him, even though he was completely innocent. And if Versa truly disliked him, she could have easily done the same. Yet she didn't. But he also can't deny that she still doesn't like him much. Versa is about to explain the demon's traits, when our hero, while thanking her profusely, takes his leave abruptly, looking at him, brimming with confidence and pride. Versa asks Sarvana if she's watching her son, stepping forward on his path to becoming a great martial artist. The next day, Wilson is diligently hanging up the washed clothes, all while declaring his unwavering support for the young master. A warm smile spreads across his face in this very moment. Suddenly, a girl named Sari thwacks him on the head. She's holding a suitcase, a clear weapon in her hand, and she sternly declares he'd better not be thinking anything untoward about the young master. Wilson protests, claiming he's now completely loyal to his master. Can't you see the clothes I'm hanging all around here? Trusting him, she then inquires about our hero. So, Wilson begins recounting to Sari all the intricate details of the past few days' events, since she wasn't around. Meanwhile, in the Grand Library, our protagonist and Julian are desperately trying to locate the ancient records from 500 years ago. Even Julian finds the situation incredibly strange, because only the entire time period concerning Kajin and Davin is missing, as if someone deliberately erased it. Our hero muses that if someone could steal these records, the possibility of them altering history itself is incredibly high. But for now, his top priority is confronting the Crimson Demon. He can ponder this mystery later. Meanwhile, Julian is deep in thought, pondering our boy's true identity. He vividly recalls him referring to his own ancestor, Arslan, as a child, and he's also remarkably familiar with the swordsmanship of King hero Kajin himself. Vinchan debates internally whether he should finally reveal his identity or not. After a moment of contemplation, he finally makes the decision to unveil it. But the instant Vinchan starts to reveal his true identity, Julian can't hear a thing, so he urgently demands he repeat it. As Vinchan speaks it again, a piercing, glaring sound begins to tear through Julian's ears. It's an agony too unbearable to withstand. So, Julian frantically suggests he should not say it. At this very moment, Vinchan stumbles upon a peculiar book titled First Love with a Watermill. The mere existence of such a book among the ancient Mona records is incredibly odd, but as he opens it, Vinchan realizes someone intentionally named it this way, hoping no one would bother reading it. Yet, as he begins to read, he discovers the story is actually quite erotic. Julian believes they won't find any clues within its pages. But our hero relentlessly continues reading, and finally uncovers that the novel's main character has no visual description, yet possesses one crucial trait: the power of love. The book declares that traits don't originate from mana. Instead, their manifestation is brought forth by mana. And once someone abandons the theory of imagery, they can achieve anything with mana alone. Julian believes this path will lead to countless deaths. But our hero firmly declares he now has proof someone actually lived through it. However, Julian remains unconvinced. He firmly believes that learning traits this way is heinously dangerous. But Vincent is absolutely ready to take that risk. As they step out of the library, he finds Siri anxiously waiting for him. She clearly shows signs of worry for our boy. Upon seeing her, Julian explains she's a maid, who was away for a few days due to an emergency. Vincent now vividly remembers her. She was the only one who consistently showed true care and affection towards Vincent. Siri immediately bursts into tears, overwhelmed to learn our hero actually defeated Revan. Both men are completely at a loss on how to console her. After a moment, our boy gently places his hand on her shoulder and earnestly promises he's working hard, so they won't ever be ashamed of their master. Just then, someone calls out to our hero from behind. It's Revan Adenka. He then demands to speak with Vincian about something. The scene quickly shifts. Both of them are now seated in a private room, and Siri is also present. Sensing the tension in the room, Siri offers to make sandwiches for them. But then, Revan abruptly stands from his seat and dramatically draws his sword. He furiously declares he's here to repay Vincent today for what he did on the day of the assembly of true swords. Seeing him draw his blade, Vincent screams at Siri to get out of the room, while simultaneously drawing his own sword. But then, something completely unexpected happens. Revan apologizes to our boy for his past actions, and thanks him for giving up his miracle stone to a coward like himself, who couldn't utter a single word. When his own father was about to sacrifice his arm, bending on one knee, Revan passionately declares that Vincent is the reason his father has become peaceful with him once more. With that, he places his sword before Vincent's feet, as a sign of his unwavering loyalty from this point forward. Even though Vincent and Sari believe him, Julian warns them not to trust him, because he's notorious for tricking others. Unlike Julian, our protagonist understands that if a true martial artist places their sword before another, it means they're dedicating their life to that person. But Julian is still panicking over the situation. After a moment of careful thought, Julian also devises a clever plan. But first, Vincent has to accept Revan's loyalty. Drawing his magnificent crimson sword, our boy places it firmly on Revan's shoulder, signifying his acceptance of Revan's oath, and promises to stand by his side in their time of need. Still kneeling humbly before Vincent, Revan thanks him profusely, while Sari stares at the scene in utter shock. Moving on, Julian claims that they can now gain the Dwarf King's blessings from Revan. The scene then shifts to the Patriarch, where Versa is giving him an update that Vincent might be joining the Crimson Fortress this year. So the Patriarch, intrigued, questions her about the Crimson Demon Conquest. She explains that even though she tried telling him, Vincent didn't listen and simply walked away. As for the Crimson Demons themselves, they only attack with 3rd star mana or higher, because they apparently don't have any physical form. And this conquest serves to prove the true worth. If a person can truly enter the academy and effectively fight at a 3-star or higher level. Furthermore, Revan has been found residing in Vincent's building for the past few days. Meanwhile, Revan is teaching our protagonist about his unique traits, using the mysterious book they found earlier. When our hero first requested this favor, Revan readily agreed to teach him, but said he'd have to stay constantly by his side. Learning this trait, which is known to be fatally dangerous, means our boy is trusting Revan with his very life. Something Revan himself admits he could never do if he were in that same position, but he finds it quite pleasing nonetheless, since he's begun to truly like our protagonist. Moreover, he would never have believed that a method of learning traits without imagery actually exists. Our hero is grappling fiercely to master this trait, but he refuses to give up. Meanwhile, Julian is growing increasingly worried about him. Our protagonist is no stranger to such struggles and risks, because in his past life, he was constantly on the brink of death. So, fear no longer holds him. Now, he's ready to forge the connection, but Revan and Julian are desperately trying to stop him, believing it poses a grave danger to his life. Ignoring their pleas, our hero proceeds anyway. All of a sudden, with a violent burst, everything inside the room shatters. Revan is flung across the room, hitting the bed so hard that it splits into pieces, although the patriarch believes only half a year is left until the next Crimson Fortress. Ursa believes Vikhen can still do it, since he's already defeated Revan once before. On the other side, Revan rushes to check on our hero, who is surprisingly fine, but he still thinks Vikhen shouldn't move this fast, and should take at least 2 months to complete it. But the patriarch asks Ursa to order Vikhen to defeat the demon within a month. Meanwhile, our protagonist is lying there, utterly exhausted, claiming he felt like he was going to die again. Grand Chamberlain Raelsa is appointed to pass this order to Vikhen. Though worried, she heads toward our hero. As she enters Vichen's room, she's utterly shocked after seeing the horrible state of the room. Vikhen and Revan are also injured, so Ciri is treating them. Seeing their condition, Raelsa gets furious and demands the reason behind it. Meanwhile, Revan is getting really scared of her, as he realizes she is the Grand Chamberlain. Vikhen assures her not to worry about it, claiming he was just meditating. Hearing this, Ciri also gets very furious. She says, even though she doesn't know about mana, one thing she is sure about is people don't end up like this after meditation. So, our protagonist apologizes to her. Raelsa thinks he has changed a lot, but since he claims he is fine, she suggests he complete this meditation as soon as possible, because the patriarch commands him to defeat the Crimson Demon, and he's got 1 month to do it. Witnessing his father set such a tight deadline, our hero cracks a subtle smile. It means his father truly believes in him. Raelsa then declares that during the battle, she will accompany him, and she's also expecting that he truly triumphs over the demon. The moment she leaves, Vinshan declares he must hurry. As Sari holds his hand, she pleads with him not to overexert himself. Our hero, of course, promises her. As he feels her, Vinshan realizes Sari possesses a surprising amount of mana within her. After this, he demands she leave the room, as he needs to discuss something with Revan. The moment she's gone, Revan states he won't help him finish it in a month. He deems it both impossible and extremely dangerous. But at this moment, our hero reveals his completed mana flow. He then asks if, now that he's completed it, wouldn't manifestation be easy now? This clearly indicates they won't need to wait a full month to fight the demon. Just 2 weeks later, Vinshan stands in the woods alongside Revan, because today is the day of his manifestation. As he prepares to begin, Revan warns our hero to stay back, or he might injure himself like last time. But our hero insists on staying as close as possible, eager to witness his triumph, a clear sign that he's become completely loyal to our protagonist. To begin, our hero first establishes the structure, then proceeds to link it together. When Julian suddenly feels a presence behind him, as he turns to look, he sees a gigantic god who appears to be the dwarf king himself. Upon seeing him, Julian respectfully greets the god, as the god bestows his blessings upon our protagonist. Once completed, Julian explains, the first step of this trait is strengthening, after which comes the steelman step. Revan is utterly amazed by our hero, because he's managed to acquire this trait. In less than a month's time, our hero is now fully prepared to battle the Crimson Demon. He gives Raven his thanks for that. Vincent then tacks on a request for another favor. After 2 days of intense prep and practice, they're finally ready to face the demon. But Raelsa is seriously worried about our protagonist. She goes on to claim that every single champion she's ever accompanied has always triumphed over the demon, which is why she won't let him charge in without a solid plan. You see, Raelsa was Vincent's mother's loyal servant, so she absolutely refuses for Savannah's son to be the first to ever suffer a loss against the demon. But our protagonist, a confident smirk gracing his lips, assures her there's absolutely nothing to worry about. And so Vincent, accompanied by the Grand Chamberlain, departs for their destination in a grand carriage. Meanwhile, Julian is deeply concerned about this battle, and simultaneously, he attempts to explain a few things to our hero, which Vincent immediately dismisses as utter nonsense. In the midst of their ongoing conversation, Raelsa pointedly questions our protagonist. Has he done any prior research on the fearsome Crimson Demon? She emphasizes that this demon operates on a significantly higher level, and as far as she can tell, he hasn't even achieved the 3-star rank yet. Even Julian finds it extremely odd that Vincent shows no concern for the demon whatsoever. With a calm assurance, our boy wonders if Arslan crafted this entire plan just for his sake, because only he truly knows that our protagonist has already vanquished a Crimson Demon back in his previous life. Moving right along, Vincent then pivots to Raelsa, asking why exactly she's fretting over him so intensely, while she claims it's simply because she's his devoted protector. Our hero quickly retorts, it's actually about the money she's been secretly embezzling, a fact that has now been revealed to him. But Vincent also strongly suspects she did it on purpose, that she intentionally gave him this weakness for a specific purpose, so he would naturally come to her. Upon hearing these shocking words, Raelsa falls completely silent, staring blankly at our boy, utterly speechless and unable to utter a single word. Noticing her stunned reaction, Vincent declares he won't press her about it any further. But there's one crucial condition. She must also drop all talk about his training. At this moment, their horse finally halts. It's a clear sign they've reached their destination. After disembarking from the carriage, they stand before the lair of the Crimson Demon, apparently known as the Old Temple. The Grand Chamberlain states, this is Arslan's memorial. Arslan, and then the demon. It feels like a deliberately orchestrated plan for our boy. As the scene proceeds, Raelsa draws her sword and creates a mana barrier around the temple. This barrier, you see, only permits a single monster to pass through. Soon, the Crimson Demon itself materializes. So, Vincent, drawing his own sword, advises Raelsa to stay close, so she can witness his true strength firsthand. As the direct descendant of the Adenka family, although Julian suggests he dodge the attack and move away from the demon slightly to fully utilize his sword skill. Our protagonist knows that distance would actually disadvantage the demon, so instead, he'll get even closer. With that declaration, our boy dashes toward the demon and strikes. Even the Grand Chamberlain thinks it was a brilliant idea to get close to his enemy. But since this is his first time fighting a demon, he should have remained cautious. At the same time, he appears to her as a very professional, an experienced martial artist. Thanks to the traits of the Dwarf King, Vincian isn't feeling tired at all. So now, his sole priority is uncovering the path of his skilled swordsmanship. After battling his enemy up close for a while, Vincian finally steps back to maintain distance and truly wield his swordsmanship. Since our hero has thoroughly worn out the demon with his continuous attacks, he knows he'll definitely find the path in this very attack. Fortunately, the demon has numerous openings, so within seconds, Vincian finds his path, and after pouring strength into his body, he unleashes this attack upon his opponent. The crimson demon vanishes, and a red ball falls to the floor. Our protagonist thinks he's won against the demon, but reality has a twisted surprise in store. The reason this demon can't be felled by a single blow is simple. It possesses 2 lives. Suddenly, the demon reappears right behind Vincian, who stands with his back to it, focused on Rielza. The demon prepares to strike our hero down, when Rielza screams a warning for him to watch out. Vincian drops low, narrowly dodging the deadly assault. It seems the Crimson Demon has evolved significantly since 500 years ago, because after its revival, its form and speed have utterly transformed. Meanwhile, the Grand Chamberlain knows these creatures become berserk in their second life, meaning they're incredibly strong and lightning fast. Dodging relentless attacks, our protagonist hits a dead end, with nowhere left to go. Yet, as his opponent lunges again, he somehow manages to evade it, causing the temple wall to shatter instead. Seeing the dire situation, Julian suggests a change of plan, but our hero firmly sticks to his original strategy. He understands exactly what the demon is thinking. It's trying to corner him, to deliver the finishing blow. So now, Vincian decides to let the demon do as it pleases. And once its guard drops, that's when Vincian will strike. Though Rielza desperately wants to help in this moment, she knows that if she enters the fray, Vincian will ultimately be defeated. That's something she absolutely cannot allow, all because of her profound love for him. As she thinks of Vincian, the son of her master, Lady Sarvana, Rielza recalls her own past before she even met Vincian's mother. She came from a poor family, surviving by stealing whatever she could. Then one day, she encountered a monster and struggling to defeat it. Lady Sarvana intervened, helping her win. Lady Sarvana then offered her a place by her side. Rielza vividly remembers her polite, calming smile. Though she can't recall exactly why she joined them, she was deeply influenced by Lady Sarvana's presence. So she joined their adventure, aiming to become a legend of Adanka, alongside Khan and Versa. After that, they achieved countless feats, slaying numerous monsters side by side. Lady Sarvana's influence was incredibly powerful. Rielza still can't shake off her captivating beauty and bold spirit thinking about her. A gentle smile graces Rielza's face, because in her rather pathetic life, Savannah was the one who held her hand and became her ray of light. On the day Vincian was born, Lady Savannah lay on her deathbed, cradling little Vincian. She made a solemn vow to protect him, until he grew into a formidable martial artist. But as he grew up, everyone scorned and mocked him, seeing him as weak, burdened by guilt. Rielza often considered leaving Adenka entirely. But then, the day she learned of his first victory, and witnessed his hard-earned acknowledgement, she was once again filled with renewed hope. So he simply can't stop here, not now. She firmly believes Vinchan will seize this victory. Just then, Vinchan shouts Revan's name, and someone sprints past Rielza, appearing before our boy. Acting as a shield, Rielza is stunned. The person is Revan Adenka himself. Now Revan is trying to block the demon's attack, which all seems to be part of their pre-planned strategy. Rielza can barely believe her eyes, while Revan holds back their opponent. Vinchan sits on the ground, immediately entering meditation. Meanwhile, Rielza can't help but worry about him, knowing a single mistake could mean his death. Even though Revan is physically stopping the demon, its true focus remains solely on our protagonist. Though he stands like a man of steel, he can't fully transfer his strength to his sword. And all this time, unbeknownst to him, the Crimson Demon was subtly weakening the sword, a fact he realizes too late as cracks begin to form. Unfortunately, the sword soon shatters into countless pieces. Revan, despite being unarmed and unable to stop the demon, still desperately struggles to hold it back. Just as he's about to lose control, Vinchan finally rises to his feet and unleashes his ultimate swordsmanship attack. And finally, they succeed in completely defeating their formidable enemy, as the red energy ball shatters into countless fragments. While they're celebrating their hard-fought victory, Rielza, though congratulating him, warns that there are still high chances. The Patriarch might not approve of their methods. He bows deeply towards her. Vincent comments on her incredibly quick thinking. But here's the catch. Only one demon can enter this barrier at a time. So this monster's defeat actually belongs to Revan. To prove his unwavering resolve, he pulls out the Miracle Stone. Vincent declares the next battle is actually his. He then bites into the Miracle Stone to dramatically amplify his strength. Yet, even with this immense power, our protagonist can only unleash his swordsmanship skill. His prior meditation was to ensure the Miracle Stone functioned smoothly. As the demon dashes towards Vinchan, he prepares to strike back. Moments latte. Our hero unleashes both attacks simultaneously on the demon, with barely any interval, easily slaying it. Seeing this, Rielza sighs in deep relief. Our hero now looks utterly spent and exhausted, so Julian suggests he lie down and rest. But our protagonist firmly declares he will stand firm until the very end. After all, he is the true victor. But then, something completely unexpected occurs. A summoning circle suddenly appears there. Something that has never happened before. Rielza is utterly stunned by this. Just moments later, a relic demon materializes, gazing at the relic guardian. Rielza is certain it was also created ages ago. Alongside the temple itself, drawing her sword, she introduces herself as the protector of Adenka and commands the guardian to reveal its mission. However, the guardian, ancient and decrepit, ignores her completely and attacks without hesitation. She quickly advises Revan to find cover, along with our half-unconscious hero. As they retreat, Rielza launches her first attack, but upon hearing a thunderous crash, Revan and Julian whip their heads around, only to see the relic guardian's face, where Rielza had been standing. This means she's now trapped inside, worried sick, Ravin screams her name, and at that very moment, shattering the stone guardian's mouth to pieces, Grand Chamberlain bursts out of it. Ravin stares at her with wide, astonished eyes, after what she just pulled off. But then Vincian speaks up, claiming something else lurks on the other side. He then attacks a nearby pillar. Ravin and Julian are baffled, unable to grasp why he's attacking empty air. Relsa then catches sight of a fly, at the exact spot Vincian attacked earlier. As she looks closer, she sees a red stone embedded in its body. This reveals it's the Guardian's true form, which somehow escaped earlier. The Guardian swiftly approaches the young masters. So without hesitation, she sprints, using her skills, to slice the Guardian fly into pieces. It was so close to Ravin that he falls to the ground with our protagonist. After checking on them, the Grand Chamberlain tries to figure out how Vincian realized its true form, when even she couldn't, not even in this instance. Our boy then points at a box, lying amidst the Guardian's rubble. It seems the relic Guardian was trying to protect it. Upon opening it, they find a dragon's skeleton bone, which the Grand Chamberlain believes the first patriarch, Arslan, left behind. Julian explains its immense importance to our boy. It's an extremely rare magic ingredient. Vincian then becomes certain that this is why Arslan created this passage. Kneeling before Vincian, Relsa offers it to our boy, because he was the first to find it, meaning it rightfully belongs to him. But our hero believes the tradition of giving it to the family, sanctioned by the church, is necessary. If someone found out about this, she'd be in huge trouble, but she still insists on taking it. Therefore, Vincian draws his sword and slices it cleanly into 2 pieces. He then hands one piece over to her, since she also helped him acquire it. Accepting her half of the bone, the Grand Chamberlain thanks our protagonist. The scene shifts to Khan, who sits in the graveyard of swords. Meanwhile, Rielza, standing behind him, is reporting Vincian's dramatic arrival. Khan then orders her to report back to the church, but Rielza insists something far more significant occurred, something she believes he absolutely needs to hear. She reveals how Revan Adenka himself appeared there to aid the young master, completely disregarding his own safety and the overwhelming success of our young master's subjugation. Khan, also suspecting he received aid from Revan, a notion Rielza herself had considered earlier. The Grand Chamberlain then clarifies, stating that Vincian single-handedly slew a second Crimson Demon. This revelation leaves the Patriarch utterly astonished. But there's more. Vincian also discovered a dragon bone left behind by Arslan. He then presented the half-bone that the young master had given to her. Upon examining it, he questions if Vincian truly accomplished this feat alone. When Rielza confirms it, he shockingly orders her to break the bone. With wide eyes full of shock, she stares at Khan in disbelief. Then, profusely apologizing, she attempts a magical technique to break it. But the bone emerges completely unscathed without a single scratch. Khan explains that one must be a master-class blacksmith in order to successfully break a dragon bone. Later, looking at his father's grave, the Patriarch speaks to it with a heavy heart, claiming his own time is drawing near, because it seems his son, Vincian, possesses truly special powers. So he prays to his father to watch over his son. Meanwhile, in Vincian's room, Wilson is crying and screaming his name, while our young master calmly sits in his chair, looking utterly tired and spent. Sipping her tea, Siri, who is also present, suggests he might want to quiet down and allow the young master some much-needed rest. The true reason behind Wilson's frantic yelling is his impending trip to the Crimson Fortress. He'll be accompanying our protagonist, but he's absolutely terrified of the monsters there, and even the skilled martial artists he'll encounter. Hearing this confession, Siri playfully teases him for being so afraid of monsters, especially since he prides himself on being a gangster. As their conversation unfolds, our hero points out the mana currently flowing within Siri's body to Julian, and in response, Julian claims he's never felt anything like this before. As he thinks it over, Vincent realizes he's seen this energy flow previously from his past life. So naturally, he asks Siri for her last name, to which she replies, she belongs to the ruined Heisley family. Hearing this, our boy becomes certain she has magic flowing through her body. Since Julian is still utterly confused, our protagonist explains that the Heisley family was the first to study mana and a human body. They even discovered the heavenly exoskeleton. This family possesses a skill called magic body, which allows them to infuse their body with mana, apparently similar to a heavenly exoskeleton. This means the magic body skill can prevent the heavenly exoskeleton from drying out. Moving on, our boy then questions if there are any elders left in her family. As sadness washes over Siri's face, she sadly answers that her grandmother, the only Heisley she knew, passed away just a few days ago. Hearing this, Vincent immediately apologizes to her. Now, they're pondering the real reason behind the fall of this once great family. Our boy suspects the Samyon family is behind this too, because they must have wanted to silence anyone who discovered the heavenly exoskeleton. Amidst their deep conversation, Siri remembers that Lady Savannah was also a Heisley, but Julian, who is Lady Savannah's actual son, doesn't know this shocking fact. So our hero also claims he didn't know it either. Siri answers that the patriarch always gets incredibly sad when he hears her name, so it's forbidden to talk about her. Furthermore, Lady Savannah was a very kind woman who hired people, even from ruined families, and she's the very reason they're all here today. Most importantly, she also brought the Grand Chamberlain with her when she was living her worst life somewhere else. So, they finally find out the real reason why Relsa takes such great care of him. Just then, someone knocks on the door. It's Relsa, and upon entering the room, she reports on Rebin's impending departure. He's set to leave for somewhere soon. Vincian stands before Rebin, who is fully prepared to depart. Rebin explains that since he's slain the Crimson Demon, he can no longer remain here. But then, our protagonist demands another favor, which Rebin accepts without hesitation. Our boy then orders him to research the history of the Heisley family from 500 years ago. As they exchange a knowing smile, they reminisce about their first love from a watermill novel and share a laugh about it. Shaking hands, they promise to meet again once Rebin departs. Vincian then speaks with Rielza about the reason for her unexpected kindness and care towards him. He questions if it's her way of repaying his mother, and she agrees without hesitation. So, facing her, Vincian declares he needs her help, but not as Sarvana's son, rather as Vincian Adenka himself. The favor, he wants to remain in her training until he departs for the Crimson Fortress. Hearing this, Rielza closes her eyes, pondering if she is now to dedicate her loyalty to Sarvana's son. After a moment of thought, she agrees to teach him, though without a trace of care or softness. Vincian, in turn, claims to look forward to it. The scene shifts, and now both stand in the training grounds, Facing each other, Vincian explains learning a trait without imagery, but by using a circuit, taking out her sword. She states she isn't going to tell him everything. Just like this, pointing the sword at our boy, Rielza challenges him to wound her once using his skill, and only then will she teach him her trait. Although, Vincian warns it could turn into a huge disaster, just like what happened to Rebin. The Grand Chamberlain retorts she isn't that weak. Moreover, she's familiar with the sword path, so she won't give him a chance. Meanwhile, Vincian is getting genuinely scared of her, especially after seeing how she held her sword so close to his eyes earlier. She adds that if anything goes wrong, she can get help from Priest Owen, since he's familiar with him. Even after a full week of trying, Vincent hasn't managed to land even a single scratch on her. Even today, he's struggling to fight her. But, as always, Rielza wins yet again. At the end of the fight, Vincent collapses to the ground. So, the Grand Chamberlain announces it as the final fight for today. Meanwhile, she's examining her sword, which is in absolutely terrible condition. But she only got it a few days ago, so she heads straight to the blacksmith. A short while later, Rielza stands behind a man named Hansen, who's busy working in front of the forge fire. Calling out to him, she declares, "It seems you're falling behind on your work. Otherwise, you wouldn't give such trash to a Denkus family." Turning to face her, Hansen asks why she's here, in the middle of the night. In front of him, she empties a bag full of broken swords, which she's been using for the past week. Analyzing them, he questions, did you fight a monster, a high-level martial artist, or a mage with 7 runes? In response, Rielza declares, I don't want to die fighting them. She further explains she hasn't fought anyone. Rather, she's teaching Vincent, the young master. Hearing this, Hansen is completely shocked. He also asks why he has the Crimson Lotus sword. A while later, the Grand Chamberlain, along with the blacksmith, stands in front of Vincent's building. Meanwhile, our hero is just stepping out. Upon reaching them, he asks about the reason for this late-night summons. She answers, Hansen wanted to see the Crimson Lotus sword. With pride on his face, Hansen declares he can see it, since he's the one who forged it. This news is extremely shocking to our boy and Julian. Hansen adds, he wields the power to summon even Khan at a moment's notice. Julian reveals he's the renowned blacksmith, an old friend of his father's, and a former master of their very own family. Years ago, he stopped forging legendary swords and began focusing on high-quality inventions instead. But then, everyone started looking down on him, mocking him for being obsessed with money. Because of this, he lost his standing in Adinka. Moving on, our boy expresses his appreciation for him, which Julian can't quite grasp. He explains that thanks to Hansen, many people were able to save themselves, and he's someone who prioritized others over himself. After this, Vincian respectfully bows to him, calling him Master Hansen. He declares it's his immense pleasure to meet him. Hearing himself called Master, Hansen starts to laugh and apologizes for showing up so late. But our protagonist insists he wasn't trying to disrespect him. Rather, he deeply respects him for making such a choice. And once again, he calls him Master. He remembers a time years ago when Khan said the very same thing. He also claimed people would look down on him, but he would always believe in him. Therefore, Hansen's opinion of our boy completely shifts. After this, Vincian shows him the sword. Analyzing the blade, Hansen can't believe it, because it's not even slightly damaged. After fighting the Crimson Demon and practicing with Relsa, staring at it, Hansen wonders if our hero fights with his own strength, instead of relying on the sword. Therefore, he declares he wants to witness our protagonist's swordsmanship firsthand. In response, Vin Chun remains silent. Seeing Vin Chun hesitate like this, Hansen starts yelling at him, although Julian advises him to make excuses and get out of it. Vin Chun states he absolutely can't miss this chance. At this moment, Sari comes running up behind them, yelling at Hansen for causing a scene so late. Seeing her, the blacksmith immediately tries to calm her, as our boy has no clue how they're connected. Relsa reveals Hansen donates to poor kids, and Siri was one of those children. Apparently, their bond is more like father and daughter. Meanwhile, they're both arguing until Siri gets furious. To soothe her, Hansen agrees to come back tomorrow. After this, he makes his speedy exit, practically running away from the scene. The next day, Vin Chun is showcasing his skills. Witnessing his talent, Hansen muses that he seems like a legend, a tale passed down by the Hero King and the Great Demon themselves. He is now utterly satisfied with our boy. Once Vin Chun finishes, he asks the blacksmith if there's anything else he wants to see. Since Hansen is so impressed, he declares he'll give Vin Chun a sword. He further explains that while the sword is nearly complete, it's missing one incredibly rare component. When Vin Chun asks him to name it, offering to buy it for him, Hansen answers, a mastodon horn. Dragon's bone, incredibly difficult to find. But Vin Chun already has it. He found it during his intense fight with the Relic Guardian. So, he hands it over to the blacksmith. In utter shock, Hansen starts to yell, so Vin Chun orders him to keep quiet, because no one else knows about this, except his father and Rielza. Now that he has the main ingredient, he can finally complete the sword. But our hero demands to add the horn to the Crimson Lotus, instead of forging an entirely new one. Even though Hansen suggests creating a new sword, Vin Chun insists on keeping the original, because this sword marked the beginning of his father's career. Agreeing, Hansen takes the sword, asking our boy to return in 3 weeks. 3 weeks later, Vin Chun returns for his sword, but finds the workshop engulfed in flames. Seeing the entire place ablaze, Siri begins to worry terribly about Hansen, while Vin Chun tries to understand what could have happened. Looking at Siri's expression, he becomes sure that something truly terrible has befallen the blacksmith. Moving closer, he considers entering the workshop and to get Hansen out. But Julian isn't letting him take such a dangerous risk. But our hero confidently declares he can simply cut through the door with his sword and enter the shop to save Hansen. Taking out his sword, our boy is ready, although Julian is still vehemently objecting. He eventually agrees with the plan. Breaking through the door, they burst into the shop and begin searching for the blacksmith, who is lying unconscious in a corner. While Vin Chun checks on Hansen, Julian's eyes fall upon the Crimson Lotus, from which mana is erupting and causing the fire. It seems the horn was simply too much for Hansen to handle alone. For the moment, their priority is getting out of here. So, taking the blacksmith with him, both move back to the entrance, but find it completely blocked. Both are trying to think of some other way, but it seems their minds aren't working clearly. After thinking for a while, Julian asks our boy if he has any defensive techniques, because as far as he knows, the dragon horn won't be able to produce fire for much longer. Until then, they must hold out somehow. After a moment, Vin Chun remembers the blade defensive technique, so now both are ready to test it, since they don't have any better choice. Our boy closes himself off and uses the gentle steel breaker skill to stay out of the fire, using the blade gently. He is continuously striking the flames, coming toward him. Out of curiosity and shock, Julian wonders about the real identity of our protagonist, since he knows the true Samyeon swordsmanship. After struggling for a while, Vincent finally succeeds in putting out the fire. Now he is sitting on the floor to take some rest. When Hansen wakes up too, after waking up, Hansen's first question is, how our boy used the Samyeon swordsmanship so skillfully. But Vincent claims he was unconscious, so he must be hallucinating. Therefore, Hansen, without any further questions, agrees with him after this. He then tells our hero the sword is complete. Furthermore, he wasn't familiar with the dragon horn. Thus, mana began to flow out along with flames. Meanwhile, our boy, approaching the Crimson Lotus, picks it up. At this moment, the sword begins to shine, as if resonating with our protagonist. Hansen asks our boy for his thoughts on it, and Vincent expresses his true appreciation to the blacksmith. As for Julian, he finds something suspicious about the dragon skeleton. That Alishan truly left behind. He must have left a warning with it, too, so they can use it properly, without facing such problems. Looking at the sword, Vincent can see a circle mark on it. So he asks Hansen to make another sword for him, since he just made one now. But our boy believes he can make the second one. Even better, although Hansen has to clean all this mess. He still agrees to make the sword, but demands a little more time. Moreover, he doesn't have the dragon skeleton anymore, while our boy and Julian just look at him with a smile. After some time, Rielza appears with the other half of the dragon horn. Seeing another horn, Hansen gets even more shocked, and also appreciates her for being so loyal to the Adenka family. Accepting it, the blacksmith is enthusiastic to make another sword. While coming back, Rielza is thinking about the sudden change in our boy. When someone calls her from the front, it is Vincent, who thanks her for giving back the skeleton bone, which he was supposed to share with her. In answer, Rielza claims she doesn't want this horn. Actually, because she received the payment 14 years ago. Bowing in front of him, she claims his birth, and him proving his worth is an even bigger reward for her. Alright, moving on. Vincent unsheathes his blade, challenging her again. He's confident he can finally win this time, meaning she'll have to teach him her unique traits. As for Raelsa, she's determined not to let him prove it. The fight ignites as Raelsa charges ahead, and blue energy scatters everywhere. Vincent struggles, but keeps his focus as she leaps to attack. She believes our boy is still nowhere close to winning. However, Vincent manages to block the attack with his sword. As a result, an explosion erupts, and he struggles to hold back. Raelsa sees that he blocked it, even though she used 4-star mana. Both of their swords are unharmed, yet neither broke, even though using this mana normally would. Just then, Vincent pushes her away, prompting her to realize that the flow and force he's using now is completely different from before. She wonders what new power the Crimson Lotus possesses. Meanwhile, our hero silently thanks the Dwarf King's trait. Since now, the sword won't break because of the Crimson Lotus, the shock will be absorbed. The new power of the Crimson Lotus is that the sword absorbs the traits of its user. Raelsa lands on the floor and admits that the Crimson Lotus has been strengthened. Vincent replies that Hansen worked really hard on it. He then declares that she'll be rougher this time, as she rushes forward to attack again. Our boy's eyes sharpen as she disappears from sight. She runs around him at such speed that her presence becomes barely visible. Our protagonist focuses, trying to sense the mana she uses to mobilize. He finally slashes, leading Raelsa to think he's failed. As she attempts to strike from behind, a smile forms on his face. As the realization hits her, he detected her movements in just 1 month. Suddenly, Vinchan unleashes both strikes. He lands a powerful blow, triggering an eruption. Rielsa is completely caught off guard, and she ends up losing her sword. Our hero promptly tosses it back to her, telling her to pick it up. He declares he refuses to win, through a cheap, undeserved victory, against an opponent who's lost their weapon. Rielsa finds this incredibly arrogant, reminding him that not all martial artists or monsters will go easy on him the way she has. She warns that stronger opponents will completely disregard his condition, showing no sympathy. Blue energy surrounds her as a symbol forms in the air. Our hero nods in understanding, keenly noticing her incredible aura. She charges forward once more to attack, but suddenly her feet slip and she tumbles, only for him to catch her just in time. He gently taps her head, realizing he has managed to wound her, and reminds her that only 4 months remain before he enrolls at the Crimson Fortress. Rielsa is still confused as our hero explains that even his absolute sword slash was impossible to strike her directly. However, he could slash the mana surrounding her, enhanced with the Dwarf King's power. It became possible. Realization dawns on Rielsa that he slashed through the mana to block her trait. She admits he always surpasses her expectations, and finally agrees to teach him about his blessing, the flow of mana from the Galaxy Wanderer. Soon after, Vinchan is shown meditating while Rielsa stands beside him. She explains that when you allow mana to flow through that path, it slowly begins to manifest. The symbol floats over his hands and begins to move. Julian gets worried about a potential explosion as he notices a blue figure of a young lady appearing. Meanwhile, back at the Crimson Fortress, a man questions a woman about her work, doubting if she's spacing out yet again. As she tries to make excuses, Crimson Fortress Dean, Vargan Pagoda, strictly orders her to prepare for the next entrance exams. Headmaster Herka Kabel agrees. As she scans the documents, she spots our hero's name and labels him useless, muttering that another troublesome person is on their way. Pagoda muses that if the rumors hold true, and he truly proves to be useless, then he'll just tarnish the Crimson Fortress's name. They should eliminate him before he even gets to enroll. A mysterious lady's figure appears behind our boy, startling Julian. As she exhales, a breeze ripples all around her. A tornado forms, and Julian feels a sudden, icy chill. The figure then vanishes as the smoke begins to clear. Rielsa declares our hero won't even leave a trace, not even on frosty snow. And this technique is known as forest walk. After that, Vinchan settles at the table, while Julian comments that the Crimson Fortress feels more like a fortress than a mere training academy. They examine the map of Samyon, as Julian points out a specific location in the mountains, along the border. In the past, when the Archdemon's followers invaded Samyon, Arslan and the other heroes of that era stepped forward. When the war ended, they took on the role of founding and leading the training academy. Hearing this, our boy becomes convinced they can find the will of Arslan there. Perhaps even another dragon skeleton. Julian corrects him, clarifying it's not a dragon skeleton. Instead, there's another legend of a treasure. When asked what it is, Julian reveals the legend of the heavenly fruit. It's said to be even more powerful than any medicine in the world, and rumors claim it can even revive the dead. There's a heavenly fruit tree that bears these fruits, and there's even absurd talk about the Crimson Fortress existing solely as a vessel meant to protect it. Julian admits that he would never have believed such legends in the past, but considering their current situation, he wonders if their next objective is truly the heavenly fruit. He continues, saying they could heal the rotting heavenly skeleton and escape death once they enroll. They'll only have 9 years left. Meanwhile, Vinchun believes that, since they've overexerted themselves, it could be even less than that. Just then, they both decide to reveal and uncover the secret of the heavenly fruit and find it no matter what. Delving deeper into the text, our hero discovers a crucial detail. Students must be financially self-sufficient during their time at the Crimson Forest without any family support whatsoever. Julian clarifies that this rule was set to prevent any unfair advantage among students, especially since many powerful families and their descendants will be gathering there. When asked about their funding options, Julian assures him not to fret. He's invested in a place called the Sixth Magic Tower. If the Adenka and Samyon families are renowned for their swordsmanship, then the Sixth Magic Tower is famed for its elite mage courses. You can sponsor a mage's groundbreaking research and earn back your contribution with interest. The mage he invested in is named Varneel, who recently became the tower's co-owner. There's just one tiny problem, though. Their precious investment has now gone completely bust because the co-owner has died. Julian shares this devastating news via a document, informing them that she tragically passed away. A shocked Julian immediately panics, lamenting his sudden financial ruin. Vincent urges him to show respect for the deceased, but Julian can only worry about starving in the fortress. With no funds, they then read Varneel's will, which states she leaves all her possessions and groundbreaking research to her soul. Younger sibling, Vargon Pagoda. Meanwhile, in another location, Pagoda stands solemnly at the tower, reflecting on his brilliant sister, admitting he could never reach her level of genius. Back in their room, they decide they must investigate Pagoda first, gathering every scrap of information possible, since only 4 short months remain. 4 months later, the day has arrived. On the treacherous mountains of the Crimson Forest, Rielza guides them, pointing out their designated path. Due to strict security restrictions, she informs them that, if they continue along the right-hand side, the headmaster of the Crimson Forest will step out to guide them. Our boy shares his heartfelt gratitude, thanking her for everything she's done. He adds that his own mother would have felt the exact same. This brings a soft smile to Rielza's face, as she asks him to take care of himself soon. Soon after, deep within the fortress, Pagoda informs the headmaster that Vincent will be arriving shortly. Headmaster Herka looks quite annoyed, clearly not eager to guide anyone at all. Just then, though, a crystal on the table activates and begins speaking. It reminds the headmaster of her responsibilities. It also reports that recently, monsters have been invading resistance forces in the surrounding area. Hearing this, Herka instantly perks up. She's suddenly eager to go defend the resistance. The fortress crystal advises her to simply send some members, since the monster is weak, but she already knows. But Herka walks to the window and tells Pagoda she'll personally go to meet the direct descendant of Adenka. With a wide grin, she leaps out the window, leaving Pagoda to shout after her. When someone asks about young Master Vincent, Pagoda agrees to guide them in the headmaster's stead. He heads to the balcony, where 2 soldiers are waiting. When he asks where the young master is, they hand him a telescope. Looking through it, He sees Rielza and Vincian standing together. The sight makes him wonder if our boy is truly so useless that someone so powerful needs to guard him. When a guard asks about the upcoming examination and its difficulty, Pagoda explains that they will proceed exactly as last year and that he will personally test Vincian. Silently, he adds to himself that he intends to weed him out before he can even enroll anyway. Then, raising his voice, he announces the first exam. Subjugation of the illusory monster will now begin. Soon after, our boy arrives near the Crimson Fortress with Siri and Wilson. They're still inside the fortress when they hear a roar. Vincian wonders if the examination has already started. He draws his sword eager to test the results of his 4 months of training. With Rielza a moment later, the blue-eyed white tiger appears, the strongest predator in the snowy mountain region. But both servants tremble behind him, while Vincian steps out of sight and tells them to run toward the Crimson Forest as fast as they can without looking back. Our hero then sprints forward, believing that if it really is a blue-eyed white tiger, it will chase the fastest moving target. The tiger follows him, but as he runs, he notices something strange. The tiger looks like the one he remembers, yet at the same time it does not. It does not feel alive still. It changes nothing for him. He is determined to defeat it. But then another tiger appears. To save himself, he leaps and lands on a nearby tree. Julian, staring wide-eyed, points out that countless more tigers are approaching, 18 in total. He believes it is impossible to defeat all of them, with only 2 strikes of absolute sword slash. Meanwhile, our boy remains confused, as blue-eyed white tigers are the strongest predators, and therefore never travel in packs. Even though they are carnivorous, there is not a single trace of blood on them. Julian begins to suspect that they might be illusions, formed with magic meanwhile. From the Crimson Forest Fortress, Pagoda wonders whether our protagonist has already realized that they are illusions. Even so, he thinks it will not change anything, because he is using a high-rank, illusory monster summoning spell. These illusions are smarter than real tigers, since they are being controlled by a human. By calling Vincian good for nothing, he questions what he will do now. Back with the team, our hero reasons that if magic of this rank is being used, the caster will run out of mana soon. But Julian disagrees, mentioning the assembly element. It is a method that allows multiple spells of the same type to be used simultaneously, instead of casting numerous spells individually. The user designates one spell as the assembly element and branches out copies from it, making the spell far more efficient and reducing mana consumption. This leads our boy to conclude that if he can destroy the designated source, everything else will disappear. Julian agrees, but wonders how he will find the correct one. However, Vincian is confident he can locate it. If a human is controlling the magic so intensely, a real monster would always be positioned in front. It is obvious that the controller would try to protect the assembly element. He identifies the one tiger, standing motionless at the top of the cliff, as the assembly element in the next moment. Our boy uses Frost Walk, shocking Pagoda, who recognizes Rail's trait. He reaches the assembly element instantly. Pagoda, excited and anxious, refuses to give him any opening. The tiger attacks, but Vincent steadies himself, fully aware that his Crimson Lotus, strengthened by the dragon skeleton, absorbs the properties of his mana. He then uses Absolute Sword Slash, combined with the Galaxy Wanderer's Blessing, the trait Absolute Sword Sense Variation. In a blink, he strikes through the assembly element and cuts it apart, the illusion breaks, and all the other tigers vanish from the fortress. Pagoda realizes that our hero did more than destroy the illusion. He disconnected the actual mana circuit, sustaining the spell shocked. He understands that our boy has a deep understanding of magic. Feeling helpless, a soldier asks how they will proceed with the examination results. Pagoda answers that they have no choice, since the magic has been completely obliterated. He orders the gates to be opened, so they may greet the young master. As they arrive, Vincent asks whether it is normal to find a mage of such caliber at a fortress that is usually a central gathering, place for martial artists. Wilson and Sari wait for them, while Julian is satisfied that their research was correct. Pagoda is the mage, who handles all essential business within the fortress. When they enter Pagoda and the others greet him, our boy recognizing him immediately, as they welcome him with respect. Julian then explains that within the fortress, a talented cadet may receive sponsorship according to the sponsorship system. Their goal now is to earn as many points as possible and recover all the money Julian invested in the magic tower. The second card is presented as Pagoda explains that there are quite a few people in the Crimson Forest: instructors, teachers, disciples, military personnel, and children from various families like theirs. If they include their servants, the numbers are even larger. He adds that Vincent will be sharing a dormitory with others, and it may not be comfortable for him. Our boy replies that he will not be uncomfortable. Pagoda reminds him that once they enter here, they become cadets in the fortress and lose any status they held before. Our hero answers that he is aware. Meanwhile, Sari is excited, saying that Vincent will be wearing the same uniform as everyone else. Pagoda, sitting calmly, says that his uniform will be given tomorrow, due to a delay. When asked what rank our boy will start at, Pagoda explains that all cadets begin at rank 9 and take their advancement examinations semi-annually. The ranks progress from 9 to 1. If someone manages to pass the advancement examination beyond rank 1, they are considered a breakthrough martial artist and graduate from the fortress, with the acknowledgement of being a true martial artist. Hearing that, our protagonist calculates that it will take 4.5 years, at the shortest, to graduate. He must find the heavenly fruit before then, to prevent death. Pagoda then asks about the blue-eyed white tiger, questioning whether he aimed for it on purpose. Our boy agrees, prompting Pagoda to ask how he knows about magic. Well, he comes from a family of martial artists. The truth is, since Julian was terrible at martial arts, he tried to master everything else. Our boy simply replies that since knowledge is power, there is no point in separating such things. Seeing the confidence, talent, and insight to support it, Pagoda cannot understand how he ever received the nickname Good for Nothing. After a pause, our hero asks about the heavenly fruit. Pagoda sighs, thinking that a child will always be a child for believing in such legends. He explains that no one knows about it, since it is said that the heavenly fruit chooses its own owner. He adds that perhaps Vincent may encounter it if he devotes himself to it. Julian and our boy realize that Pagoda considers it nothing more than a myth, making further information difficult to gain. Soon after, they arrive at the dormitory for rank 9 cadets. As they enter, Pagoda explains that the servants will stay on the first floor, while our boy will stay on the 3rd floor. In Residence Hall 5, he hands over the sun badge, indicating his rank 9 status, and Vincent puts it on. Pagoda then teaches the greeting of the Crimson Forest, humble respect to absolute glory. Soon after, Vincent finally enters Residence Hall 5, where 4 students are already waiting, looking tense. It makes him wonder if he has done something wrong. At that moment, Malone Adenka, rank 9 candidate and representative, direct descendant of Adenka, 6th son, appears calling out to him. Julian explains that he is the older brother, the 6th son Malone, the one who bullied him the most, and even forced him to eat garbage. Hearing that, our boy feels nauseous, as he realizes the memory is not imagination. This man, standing before him, bullied him every day of a week, and his actions seem to continue here as well. Julian is all angry, while Vincent asks if he can scold him a little, since he is tarnishing the honor of Adenka. Our boy grabs Malone's hand firmly, smiling as he says he is happy to see him. Malone stands confused, since they are not close enough to speak like that. Our protagonist calmly mocks him, pointing out that, despite leaving the main house long ago, he is still rank 9 enraged. Malone calls out to Sisson and slaps him hard, asking whether this is how newcomers should behave toward their representative. He warns him that if this happens again, Sisson will be responsible. Vincent cannot believe that someone this rotten is a descendant of Arslan, but then he sees the reflection of Cajun in him and steps forward, punching Malone hard in the face. All the other cadets watch in shock as Malone charges forward to punch back. There is one thing our boy has learned in this era. Martial artists do not value disposition. He dodges the blow, grabs Malone, and hurls him into the wall. After striking him again, Malone collapses, while Vincent turns to the others, reminding them that the only fear allowed as a martial artist is respect, and urges them to overcome their fear, as it is the only path forward. In the midst of this, Malone stands again and rushes forward to attack our protagonist, demanding to know how he dares to challenge him. In the residence hall, Malone stands up with his sword ready to attack, but our boy dodges it effortlessly. Watching from the side, Julian whispers that they should turn this situation into an opportunity. Meanwhile, in a village near Fortress Isla, several monsters lie dead on the ground. An old man thanks Headmaster Herka, who stands proudly after finishing the subjugation. The elder asks if she will drink with them today. As well, she hesitates for a moment, then agrees, stating that refusing would be rude. Unaware that Pagoda is right behind her, she is startled as he also asks for a drink, saying that he needs it, since his superiors keep stressing him out. As they sit, Pagoda begins talking about the examination situation and the way Vincent struck only the assembly element. The headmaster nods as though she understands, but when Pagoda emphasizes it again, she admits she is not a mage, so she cannot grasp the details. Pagoda continues, pointing out how astonishing it is that Vincent knew about something even a 7-star martial artist like her had never heard of. Herka shows no interest, saying casually that another director, also a descendant, demolished an entire snow mountain. So our boy sounds more cowardly than impressive. She jokes that Pagoda must be excited after finding someone as cowardly as himself. Before he can reply, suddenly the crystal glows again, informing them about a spar between Malone and Vincent, who has requested the presence of a mediator. Pagoda rushes back to the fortress, where rank 9 dormitory instructor Brandy apologizes for bothering him, explaining that he had no choice, since it is a duel between 2 direct descendants. Pagoda says nothing and instructs him to forward all information related to Vincent. Pagoda then warns Malone for causing trouble in the resistance hall, though he adds that there will be no disciplinary action. because Vincent officially requested the spar. He begins the duel, instructing both to fight honorably. Malone looks, already shaken by the aura of the Crimson Lotus, and mocks our hero, asking if he intends to imitate the fathers, with a cheap replica calling it fake. They trade harsh remarks, and then Malone activates his trait, flooding the area with intense fear. All the surrounding students tremble, but our boy stands calmly unaffected, leaving Julian confused. Julian wonders how he can remain steady. Vincent answers quietly that it is because a swordsman must never fear. Another swordsman, Malone, mocks the idea, asking if that nonsense is enough to resist a trait. Our hero responds that it is entirely about mental state and resolve back in a fight. Malone grows frustrated, unable to understand why his trait has no effect, and accuses him of trickery. He charges forward, his body glowing red, and unleashes a powerful slash that erupts like an explosion. When the smoke clears, he finds that our boy has disappeared. Before Malone can react, Vincent appears behind him and kicks. However, Malone blocks barely. But before he can regain balance, our hero rushes again and strikes with his sword. The powerful blow sends him flying to the ground. Everyone knows Malone is a terrible person, yet he maintains his status as cadet representative due to overwhelming power compared to other rank 9 cadets. Saison, who has been watching, reflects on this when a new figure arrives. Silbra enters and analyzes the scene, and then she notices Malone collapsed. Ignoring it all, Saison praises our boy, recalling his words about fear and respect. Selbira calmly states that the fight is not finished. Malone's coercion trait is only one ability. He also possesses a blessing separate from it. Julian is thrilled, urging our hero to crush Malone completely. But Vincent finds the situation strange, wondering why victory has not been declared, even after making his opponent drop his sword. At that moment, Malone's eyes snap open, and a violent surge of golden energy erupts. From his body, Silbra shouts that this is the blessing of the lightning giant, one of the greatest gods, who grants mastery over lightning. Back on the battlefield, Malone rises as arcs of electricity erupt around him. The energy swallows our boy's arm as he struggles. Vincent's right arm is burned by the surge of electricity, while Malone laughs mockingly, asking if he enjoys the blessing of the lightning giant. The microcurrent boost Julian watches in confusion. Before this moment, Malone only had the daughter of fear's trait, and because he had been bullied since childhood, there is no way Julian would not know about any blessing. He possessed Malone clears the confusion himself, saying that Julian would not know because, although he was born with the blessing, he mastered it only after arriving at the fortress. When our hero asks for how many years he has been hiding it, Malone dismisses the question, saying he simply found it annoying to reveal. The words leave Vincent in disbelief, as Malone continues, explaining that children his age could not defeat him, even when he used only coercion. He sees no purpose in suffering pain or undergoing harsh training, believing that once he reaches adulthood, the fortress will have no choice but to let him graduate because he is a direct descendant. Unlike others, he claims he has no intention of working like a dog. Our boy finally erupts, declaring that the power Malone possesses is something others dedicate their entire lives to and never attain. He accuses Malone of disgracing the responsibility that comes with power, trampling on the efforts of others, and staining the honor of the Adinka name. Malone ignores him and charges forward, shouting that our hero should talk only if he wins. Vincent raises his sword, reminding his brother of the earlier statement, that the Crimson Lotus was fake, and when he promised to sever his right wrist, as he declared our protagonist has already used one of the true strikes against the illusory monster. Now he decides to finish this with the Dwarf King's absolute sword flash. Furious, Malone refuses to allow it and launches at him again. Vincent dodges at extreme speed, while Malone unleashes destructive waves of power all around, tearing apart the hall suddenly. Debris from the collapsing roof begins to fall towards Siri, who have been observing our boy panics. But Pagoda reacts instantly, shielding her with a barrier. He orders Brandy to evacuate all candidates and decides to teleport Siri away. She worries for the young master, but Pagoda notes that her body is overflowing with mana. Back on the battlefield, Malone screams for our hero to come down, calling him a coward running and evading. Vincent recognizes that the trade is powerful, but full of openings. He plans to find the perfect chance and reach the center with Frost Walk. However, his body gives out and he collapses, realizing that maintaining Frost Walk any longer, like Rialsa, is impossible for him. One large step was already beyond his limit. Seeing him on the ground, Malone bursts into laughter. Meanwhile, Pagoda quietly admits his own mistake and tightens the mana barrier around the two fighters. Vincent grows frustrated, realizing the reduced space makes escape impossible, while Malone stands confidently smiling. With cruelty, our boy understands that using absolute sword flash is nearly impossible in his exhausted state. He wonders desperately what he should do. Just then, Julian offers an idea. Instead of slicing Malone, slice something else with the absolute sword flash. The opponent slams his foot on the floor, detonating another wave of energy. All focused, Vincent commits to Julian's strategy. He jumps and kicks off Pagoda's mana barrier, draining the final remnants of frost. Walk alone forms a roaring orb of lightning in his hand and hurls all his power forward, believing the fight is already won. But he has fallen for the trick. Our boy pierces the barrier itself, shattering it and sending the redirected blast crashing into the ceiling above. A massive portion of the roof collapses, burying Malone beneath the falling rubble. In the next instant, our hero lands atop him. He declares that the oath of a martial artist weighs more than anything. With the sword bestowed upon him by his father, he will defend Malone's honor. He refuses to allow Malone to become a liar, as he raises his blade, prepared to sever Malone's wrist. Just as promised, with a smile, he cuts off Malone's wrist. Pagoda watches in disbelief, stunned that the mana barrier he created, a barrier formed from countless layered spells, and sealed completely from the outside world, was shattered with a single slash of Vincent's sword. Malone collapses, groaning in pain. Just then Pagoda immediately steps in, stopping the battle and declaring Vincent the victor. When our hero asks why he didn't interfere before the wrist was severed, Pagoda sighs, explaining that Malone himself had declared it during the spar, leaving him no choice at that moment. Wilson arrives with the priest as requested. Chavon, the 5th class priest, approaches and demands to know who dared to carry the 2nd class priest token. Our boy calmly answers that it belongs to him. Chavon then notices Malone and stares at him in disbelief, unable to accept the defeat, as he also questions Vincent's right to possess such a token. Our boy simply smiles, noting how strange it is, since the token grants the same privilege as its original owner. Chavin has no response, because he knows our boy is correct. Someone of his rank has no right to challenge such matters. Shaving then asks if our hero wishes for treatment. He nods, and the priest begins healing Vincent's burned arm. From behind, Malone shouts, begging to have his own arm mended as well. Our boy turns and asks whether it is truly wise to restore an arm he wagered. In an official match, if he fixes it now, Malone's honor will be destroyed. The realization hits Malone that he is forced to choose between pride and his right arm. Julian watches, satisfied by the revenge, as spectators rush down cheering for our protagonist. Someone then states that time is running out, and once the severed limb dries, not even divine miracles can restore it. Finally, Malone demands treatment. When our hero pretends not to hear, Malone shouts again. Only then does Vincenzo instruct the priest to reattach the arm. Pagoda clears the rubble, and the priest finishes the healing. Malone is told not to strain himself or train heavily. From a side, Season and Selbra watch, visibly impressed. Season suddenly asks if he can become like our hero, prompting Vincent to answer that he can, but only if he overcomes his fear. Meanwhile, Malone sits on the ground, jealousy twisting inside him, resenting how the honor he wanted has been stripped away silently. He vows that he is still the king here. He gathers lightning energy into a stone, preparing to crush our boy's skull. But Pagoda intercepts him. He warns that the only reason he tolerated Malone until now is because his hand must recover fully before the official match in 1 month. He is already burdened enough by a superior who neglects her duties and will not tolerate more problems. As a result, Malone backs down. A week later, Vincent stands in Pagoda's office. Julian quietly guides him on how to offer condolences. In this era, Pagoda remarks that, although Vincent was his sister's guest, if he's here for condolences, it is too late and makes the situation awkward. Their relationship has now shifted. Vincent returns to being the 7th son of a direct line, while Pagoda is merely the dean. Once a lowly mercenary, our boy hesitates, until he remarks that Pagoda has known his name from the beginning. Pagoda admits it, then says that our hero is the one who personally investigated him and his sister and approached him, intentionally questioning the purpose. Vincent agrees. At first, he wanted repayment for the investment, but after learning Pagoda's history, he re-examined himself. The story revealed a talentless child, burdened by his origin, and Vincent simply wanted to speak with him honestly. Pagoda already knows of our boy's circumstances, but wonders if he will listen to what he wants to say. He begins recounting his past, running away from his family, and from the Samion family's magic tower that suffocated him, becoming a mercenary, spending years on dangerous front lines. Unlike our hero, he carries no affection for family or siblings. Through it all, a simple question remains, and our boy asks why he still bears the family name. Meanwhile, Malone isolates himself in his room, ignored by other candidates. Rage boils inside him as he swears he will kill Vincent. Just then, a dark energy materializes before him, asking if he truly seeks revenge and whether he desires help. Back in the office, our hero says that the dean's family is a renowned family that has led the magic towers for generations. If Pagoda were living as a mercenary, that type of background would have only gotten in his way. Before he can finish, Pagoda cuts him off, claiming he is nothing but a failure, who does not even have a single star, and questioning why. He is speaking as if he understands anything. His voice cracks as he says that, Vincent could never know what he endured, or how it felt to walk away from the magic tower. He leaves his chair in anger, stating that if the Samion and Adenka families were ever to go to war, he would destroy the magic tower. That drained his life first. Inchan stands calmly, recognizing the pain in his voice. Pagoda is confused, as our boy silently remembers his previous life, realizing he was the same. In the end, what he wanted was not revenge, but acceptance and love according to our protagonist. The reason Pagoda has never forsaken his last name is because he still has lingering attachment to his family hearing that. Pagoda's eyes soften. He exhales and sits back in his chair. He reflects that his sister was talented and bright, and it would not be an exaggeration to say he endured all the bullying out of pure respect and admiration for her. Yet that same brilliance brought him misery. Thorns and insults followed him everywhere. He could no longer endure the pressure and abuse, so he ran away, abandoning his family. Pagoda lowers his gaze, admitting he thought he had seen through our hero, but it was the other way around. Vinchan then asks him to be honest, because human emotions are never simple. Pagoda says he thinks he received more comfort than he could have asked for. And even though his sister is gone, he can finally be honest with himself. With a faint smile, he remarks that if our hero invested in the magic tower, it must not have been trivial. He declares that he will become Vincent's sponsor, and he no longer needs to worry about living expenses. At the fortress, Vincent thanks him and leaves the office. Julian quietly comments that our boy must be gifted with words, since everyone they meet ends up falling for him. Meanwhile, Vincent claims that everything he said was genuine and heartfelt, and Julian praises his 500-year-old. Since for people, as they continue down the hall, they see Saizen and Selbyra waiting, congratulating him for gaining Pagoda's sponsorship. Selbyra introduces herself kindly, saying that because she lives on the second floor, they never had a chance to meet properly. They shake hands, and our hero admits this is his first time hearing about the secondary candidate representative. She explains that because her brother failed to fulfill his responsibilities, she is now the one responsible for reporting to the instructors. Suddenly, Vincent senses that she carries the same trait as his mother, though not at a comparable level. Selbyra possesses the discernment trait, allowing her to measure another person's power and hidden potential. She tries to assess how he defeated Malone, but then notices something unusual. He has no imaginary energy, and because of his crimson mana, evaluating his potential is impossible. He gently withdraws his hand, disliking being greeted by trait analysis. Selbyra quickly apologizes, shaken by how he sensed it when even instructors cannot. Vincent lets it go and asks why they are out so late. Selbyra returns the question, explaining that cadets are forbidden from roaming. Alone at night, when he asks why, Saizen says that getting lost in the cold can be dangerous, and they always use the buddy system. Selbyra adds that one could even encounter the evil spirit of Darwin. Hearing the name, our boy becomes intrigued and asks for details. Sazone asks if he knows about the archdemon from 500 years ago. He then explains that after Archdemon Darwin lost to the Hero King, his spirit scattered across the world. Fragments remain, capable of forming contracts with martial artists, granting immense power in exchange for their lives. The idea sparks realization, invention that means the archdemon truly existed. And perhaps the legend used to frame him was not entirely false. Stepping in, Selbyra adds that contractors are reported from time to time, But most people dismiss the existence of spirits. From 5 centuries ago, it seems impossible. Meanwhile, back in his room, the dark spirit approaches Malone, offering to form a contract and help him achieve whatever he desires. Malone asks if it is the spirit of Davin, and black energy swarms around him, saying the name is unimportant, and only his goal matters. Malone hesitates, but the spirit pushes deeper, insisting that he reclaim his position as king. Soon after, our boy returns to his room with Saizen, who excuses himself to take his night watch shift. As he leaves, Vincent notices Malone's bed is empty. Meanwhile, outside, Kazine wanders the dark hallway with a lamp, muttering that the night is terrifying. Suddenly his arm is severed. In an instant, a voice speaks behind him, saying he was aiming for the throat but missed. Black energy coils through the darkness. As Season sees Malone approaching, asking where Vincent is seeing Malone's appearance. Season questions whether he has formed a contract with an evil spirit. He draws his sword, which angers Malone, who mocks him for becoming braver than before. As Saizen stands up unshaken and no longer afraid, Malone grabs him by the throat and slams him brutally onto the floor, declaring that anyone who points a sword at him will be executed. He is moments away from delivering the killing blow when Brandy flashes forward, blocking with his sword. Brandy accuses Malone of abandoning the pride of a martial artist by contracting with an evil spirit. Malone does not respond to the accusation, only saying that crushing Brandy will be even more fun. Brandy, however, knows he cannot defeat him, having realized that his strike did not penetrate Malone's defense at all. He orders Susan to sound the alarm. Meanwhile, in his room, Vincent wonders why Malone has not returned yet. At that moment, the alarm begins to ring. When he asks about it, the others explain that the alarm only sounds when something serious happens to the night watch. He rushes out with the other candidates and encounters Silbera on the way. She tells him she has no idea what is happening, only that she came as soon as she heard the alarm. Our boy suddenly catches the scent of blood and tells Silbera to contact Dean using her communication crystals and report an emergency. She hesitates, worried because it is the middle of the night, but he senses that the situation is dire and that they must call someone of higher rank. He shouts for everyone to follow him outside. They soon notice the alarm has already stopped, which means the battle has likely ended. The flow of mana has also ceased, confirming that the fight is over, and someone has already won. Vincent asks Silbera if there is any defensive seal they can deploy. When asked why, he explains that if the defenders had one, they would still be contracted with mana, since they are not the enemy, must have one. Silbera knows one of the 7 basic seals of Adinka, the triangular defensive seal, but explains that it requires a martial artist of 5-star rank or higher to stand at the center of the triangle. Otherwise, the formation will collapse. If they can find Instructor Bronda, they might be able to activate it. As they reach the training grounds, Bronda's body rolls into view, stopping at their feet at the same moment. Malone charges toward them, overflowing with dark energy. At first, our boy does not recognize the aura, but soon the balance phase appears within it, making him question what Malone has done. Silbera identifies it as dark aura, the same as those martial artists who were once possessed by the evil spirit of Davin. But Vincent cannot understand how that is possible, because he is here already. The realization hits him that he's going to fight his own self alone, unleashes his coercive trait, causing everyone to freeze in terror. Vincent shouts for them to hold their ground, reminding them that they are martial artists and commanding them not to get afraid and to use the sword. Malone realizes that our boy is breaking the coercion and freeing everyone from fear. Meanwhile, Vincent thinks of how easily the 5-star martial artist Brandy was defeated and wonders if he can withstand Malone. At his current level, he suppresses the doubt, understanding that they must stall for time until the reinforcement Selbyara summoned arrive. These inexperienced, rank 9 cadets will have to endure. For now, he asks Selbyara whether she can activate the seal. Perfectly, she nods. He then declares that they will manifest the triangular defensive seal together. Selbyara is shocked, reminding him that they require a 5-star martial artist. At the center, our boy finally announces that he will be the one to center the seal. Hearing this, Selbyara protests, saying that Vincent is not a 5-star martial artist and will collapse the moment they manifest the seal. Our boy replies that she is the current cadet representative, and she must make the decision that protects everyone. His words convince her. She orders everyone to form the triangular defensive seal with Vincent as the center. Malone watches them and smiles, asking if Vincent would rather die by overloading himself than be killed by him, but our hero just smiles back, saying that if Malone is stopped by a group of rank 9 cadets, even after contracting an evil spirit, it will be humiliating. Malone remains unfazed, saying he will tear the seal apart. Julian, in panic, begs our boy to run, insisting that none of this will work. But our boy stands firm. He knows he could have escaped earlier, but if he did, everyone behind him would already be dead. Following Selbyara's instructions, the team begins creating the seal immediately. Vincent feels the pressure, like mana is bursting inside his body, but he forces himself to endure, laughing. Malone taunts Vincent, asking if he is already collapsing, then strikes with a powerful blow. The shield holds, stopping the attack completely and leaving Malone. Disappointed, our hero points his sword forward, asking if that is all Malone can do. The provocation pushes Malone to attack harder, but even under the immense force, the seal doesn't break. Vincent silently thanks the evil spirit sealed within him, knowing that the lightning giant's power has grown stronger. Meanwhile, Malone unleashes his coercive trait again. Fear spreads among the cadets, and they begin trembling. But Vincent shouts for them to stand firm, reminding them that the only fear a martial artist is allowed to feel is respect, and they must not fear someone who has abandoned all honor. Standing behind him, Selbyara is stunned. She wonders how someone his age can carry the weight of the seal and still inspire everyone so powerfully, refusing to fall behind. She orders the group to load mana. On her signal, she counts down and they unleash the combined force, blasting Malone backward. Our hero tells Malone to surrender, warning him that high-ranked martial artists will arrive soon, and surrendering now might spare him a disastrous fate. Malone remains silent for a moment before the evil spirit whispers to him, driving him forward. Dark energy erupts again as he rises, declaring that he will kill every one of them, even if it costs his life. Vincent feels the pressure and realizes Malone is preparing a massive attack. The enemy strikes, shaking the ground violently. Felborough warns everyone to watch for the rocks, erupting upward, but they are struck anyway. As the seal begins to fracture, a final blow lands and black energy bursts outward. When the smoke clears, the formation still stands because Sizen has stepped in, supporting the collapsing barrier. Seeing Sai's in, alive, Malone goes wild with rage, demanding to know how he survived after being defeated. Along with Instructor Brand, not even able to stand, Saizen says he is no longer afraid of Malone. The words enrage him even further, and he charges. Vinchun tells everyone to endure a little longer. Seal is at its breaking point, and season cannot last much longer. But then Vincent notices something strange. Even though he is not going to slash, he can clearly see the sword's path. He sees a black sword path flowing through Malone's right hand. Waiting for reinforcements is his first priority, but the defensive seal is already at its limit. He hesitates, unsure whether he should use his flash or not. With the seal moments from breaking, he realizes he has no choice left. He shouts to Selbyra that the seal is about to collapse and tells her to brace for impact. Vincent activates his sword and rushes forward at full speed, attempting to follow the path he saw. But the technique fails, and he cannot flash through Malone. He prepares to attempt again. Malone laughs, mocking him, and gathers power for another strike. Black energy erupts and swallows Vincent completely. Selbyra and Season scream out, but from within the darkness, our boy forces his way through. His left arm is badly damaged, and he can barely grip his sword. But retreat is no longer an option. He charges again with everything he has. Malone catches his arm midair, asking if Vinchun thinks he is a fool who will be struck down so easily. He questions why he is wielding a sword with an arm that is already ruined, then burns our hero's hand with black energy, almost forcing the sword to fall. Vinchun recalls his previous life and how he never had the chance to fight. With everything he refuses to lose the sword now. He grabs it with his remaining hand, just before it drops, and unleashes his absolute sword slash. The blow disarms Malone, cutting away his arm and sending him screaming in agony. The force slams him into the ground, and a blast of energy explodes outward. When the smoke clears, Malone rises again, roaring about losing his arm twice. Our hero notices something. The aura of the evil spirit is gone. He wonders if that mysterious black sword path was meant to sever the connection between Malone and the evil spirit, but Malone is still furious, declaring that he will tear Vinchun to shreds. A dark orb forms in Malone's hand, as Vinchun realizes it is not over. If he wants to stop Malone completely, he must strike once more. But his body is numb, and he cannot move without caring. Malone charges toward him with overwhelming force. Our protagonist remembers the strength everyone lent to him, and he cannot stop here. He must uncover the truth of what happened 500 years ago. Just as Malone is about to strike, a voice commands him to stop. A lightning thread appears, wrapping around Malone and paralyzing him instantly. Pagoda has finally arrived. Malone screams his name, but Pagoda coldly tells him not to act as if they know each other, forming a magic circle beneath him. Headmaster Herka arrives, ordering Malone to stop. She explains that once a complete seal is achieved, there is no escape. This is sealing magic that binds the target together with their inner image. The crystal prison. Its only weakness is the long preparation time, but any martial artist with mana is unable to escape it. Malone curses Vinchun, shouting that it is not over. A surge of ice erupts, engulfing him completely and freezing him. Headmaster Herka approaches Vinchun, who is on the verge of collapse. She gently supports him, saying that Pagoda praised him greatly, and he has saved many lives today. Our boy is too exhausted to speak. As she pats him softly, and says she will take responsibility from here. The other cadets run to him, asking if he's all right soon after. When Vincent opens his eyes, he is in a white room filled with mirrors. Confused, he asks where he is. Julian appears in front of him, angrily scolding him for recklessly destroying his body. Headmaster Herka stands before Vincent's father. She greets him, formally addressing him as Suradenka. But the patriarch asks her to drop the formalities and speak comfortably. She hesitates, adjusting her tone, and calls him Brother Khan instead. When he asks what happened, Herka reports that 15 Rank 9 candidates have sustained serious injuries. Fortunately, there were no deaths among them, but there was one casualty among the instructors, a 5-star martial artist named Brond. She also tells him that Cadet Saizen survived after enduring a direct battle against Malone. The patriarch expresses his deepest respect for Instructor Brond and his family and for all those injured. He instructs Herka not to hesitate in supporting them fully until they recover, but she lowers her head, blaming herself, saying that she could have prevented the tragedy if she had acted sooner. The patriarch reassures her that contractors of evil spirits involve countless variables, and her decision to use a long preparation. Sealing spell was not wrong, however. He asks why Malone is still alive. After forming a contract, contractors normally gain overwhelming power in exchange for their life, and they die when the power collapses. Herka explains that the dispatch majors from the fortress analyzed the situation. According to testimony from the cadets who fought, Malone was freed from possession the moment he was slashed by Vincent, and the arm he lost did not regenerate. There was no other detectable anomaly. The patriarch wonders if it was related to the strange swordsmanship Vincent used during the assembly of the true sword. He announces disciplinary action for Malone for abandoning the honor of a martial artist and forming a contract with an evil spirit. He will be confined to the guest house. For the rest of his life, his imagery will be sealed, and the tendons of each limb will be severed, so he can never wield a sword again. He then states that Vincent must be rewarded, and asks where he is. Erica explains that Vincent was moved to the main house after emergency treatment, but he has not regained consciousness for several days. Meanwhile, inside the White Room, Vincent questions Julian about where they are. Julian has no answer. He was dragged in when Vincent collapsed. Looking around, he suspects they are trapped inside Malone's memories. Our hero is shocked, unable to understand how this could happen. Julian asks whether it is connected to that mysterious swordsmanship Vincent used, but even in his previous life, he has never experienced being sealed inside an opponent's memories. He thinks about Malone, the evil contract, and the absolute slash, trying to understand how they intersect. Just then a mirror appears behind them, revealing Malone's past. Malone stands arrogantly, refusing training to control Lightning Vein, boasting that he is already the strongest. Among the rank 9, Vincent and Julian watch silently. Pagoda appears and scolds Malone, warning that he will make a fool of himself on stage if he refuses to train. He tells him that unless he wants to die publicly, he must manifest the lightning giant immediately. The mention of the stage makes Vincent suspect that Pagoda had a reason for overlooking Malone's behavior. Back in memory, Malone finally complies and activates the lightning mana. Julian and our hero are stunned to see the exact mana flow of the lightning giant. Black smoke suddenly surrounds the space. Julian disappears. A woman emerges from the darkness. It's Vincent's own mother, whispering that he should die. Memories rush in his master falcon, Arslan and others turning their backs on him, leaving him behind as he calls for them to stop. Then Kyan appears, plunging a blade into Vincent's chest. And then he is suddenly in Samion prison again, where Arslan once stood before him, declaring his intent to fight for honor. Now a grown Arslan appears. Vincent freezes confused. The last time he saw Arslan alive was 500 years ago. When he was still young, he has never seen him grown. Just then Arslan speaks, but the words are muffled. Our hero shouts for him to repeat it, but still can't hear. Arslan only mouths the final words. They will meet again in 500 years. No matter what, Vincent falls backward into darkness. Screaming, he jolts awake in his bed. Clutching his head, confusion crashes over him as he questions what Arslan has done to him. Julian suddenly appears, checking on him, admitting that he got scared when our hero disappeared. Without warning, Vincent looks at his bandaged hand and says that he is all right, and it seems like his body has already healed, while he silently thinks about the memories he saw, about the grown Arslan, who came to see him before his death. Wilson and Sari rush into the room, overwhelmed with relief that their young master has finally awakened, clinging to him emotionally. Vincent smiles, happy to see how much they worried. Headmaster Herka enters the room, asking if she is interrupting a touching moment and offering to return later. When asked, she introduces herself in a friendly manner. Soon after, when the servants leave, she sits beside him, telling him not to worry about greetings or formal manners and to call her sister instead. Our boy questions why he is here, worrying about the Crimson Fortress. The headmaster assures him that she had to report the incident to his father. Pagoda is far better than her at managing the fortress, so things are fine without her. She explains that she is planning to take care of business in the central region and return in 3 days with our boy. With a peculiar smile, she asks him for a favor. When he asks what it is, she wonders if he is willing to duel with the young master of the Samion family. Hearing this, he panics for a moment, but Herka clarifies that she wants him to compete in the upcoming friendly exchange meeting, a grand event where the Samion and Adenka families test their martial talent before both patriarchs this year. The event is being held at the Crimson Fortress, meaning both the Samian patriarch and young master will be present. She explains that Malone was originally scheduled to participate, but since the situation changed, he is the only direct descendant, close enough in age and skill to replace him. The memories he saw and Pagoda's mention of the stage were referring to this event. His opponent will be the 6th son of the Samion family, a genius, with the prospect of becoming the next patriarch. Nobody expected to win, not even Malone. Aside from Dea, no one has ever won. At the friendly exchange meeting, she tells him not to feel pressured and to treat it as a good experience. Vincent refuses to participate with the intent to lose, believing that doing so would go against the will of Adenka. The headmaster stands and pats his head, saying she likes his mentality. Just then, the patriarch appears and asks if he will take responsibility for those words. Our boy replies that he already proved himself during the assembly of the true sword. Hearing that, the patriarch tells him the pressure this time will be incomparable, but our hero still promises victory. The patriarch accepts and leaves, telling him to rest, walking down the hall. The patriarch realizes they still have not rewarded Vincent. The headmaster asks what he has decided, and he responds that he will accompany her back to the fortress in Vincent's name. will be engraved on the Crimson Mountain, a place reserved for heroes of Adenka. Only those with extraordinary achievements have their names carved there, and no one has received that honor in rank 9. Except VA, the headmaster, is stunned. But the patriarch ends the conversation, saying he will see her in 9 days. Meanwhile, in his room, Vincent thinks about the exchange meeting. The will of the Adenka family is to surpass the Samyon family. One day, they must overcome them with their sword. This is the perfect chance to learn the Samyon family's current strength. However, something still troubles him. He calls Julian asking if he knows anything about the 6th son of Samyon. Julian says he never expected Malone to turn out like this, so he never researched the meeting or the opponent. When asked about the odds, Julian says the absolute sword slash gives them an advantage. But realistically, the probability is low. At best, Vincent will reach 3 stars, but his opponent, trained under elite Samyon standards, will be above that. Vincent understands the gap will be vast. Determined, he stands, saying he needs to move his body. Julian panics, reminding him that he has severe internal damage and must rest, but our hero says his body has healed, and he just needs to refrain from using mana. He begins training harder, fueled by the weight of his past life and the feelings tied to this match. Revan arrives, watching him closely, saying the training reminds him of the old days, when they first relied on their swords together. Our boy looks at Revan as he smiles warmly. They both sit at the table. Revan says he heard that our boy suffered serious injuries and is relieved to see him looking healthy. Vincent thanks him warmly, admitting he didn't expect Revan to visit. Revan then explains that he found something related to the events from 500 years ago, though he is not certain about its accuracy. When asked what he means, he says he was curious about his own family. Aside from him, no one in his lineage was exceptionally gifted in martial arts, and their estate and finances are average compared to other collateral families. Evan found it strange that his father, who was neither talented in martial arts nor wealthy, was still able to participate in the assembly of true swords as a regular spectator for years. After persistent questioning, his father finally revealed the truth and led him to a bookshelf filled with old volumes. When Revan placed his hand on it, a magic circle activated and a hidden gate opened. It was a restricted archive, an underground record hall, containing the unknown history of Adenka, preserved by his family for generations. It stores the complete, light and dark history of the first Adenka. Their family earned its status by maintaining this archive, but if it were ever exposed, they alone would suffer the consequences. Inside, Revan discovered the book of history, where the records of the Heisley family remain untouched. Vincent realizes that if those records exist, they could prove his innocence. However, Revan explains that he must first succeed his father before gaining the authority to reveal any of it. So it may take a long time. Our hero expresses sincere gratitude, saying that this alone is already enough. He asks if Revan is sure about sharing something so confidential, but Revan laughs it off, saying he already bet his life on Vincent. So this is nothing. He then suddenly remembers something and takes out a magic crystal. He says he wants to repair his broken sword, and someone asked him to deliver this to Vincent. It contains a message from Hansen, who starts by warning that he is unsure if the crystal will function perfectly since it has not been used in years. Vincent greets him instinctively, but Revan reminds him it is a recorded message and asks if he knows how expensive communication Crystals or Vincian quickly covers it up, saying he was only joking. The message continues. Hansen says that our hero should keep the crystal, since it has basic light and video recording functions. Then, he explains his discovery about the dragon skeleton. A perfect dragon skeleton sword cannot be reforged. He reminds him of the fire of the workshop from back then, when he began hammering the Crimson Lotus. After transplanting the skeleton, an uncontrollable flame erupted, as Vincent already knows the dragon skeleton absorbs the mana temperament of its user. Hansen possesses a divine blessing, called the Unwavering Flame, which the Crimson Lotus must have absorbed, causing the explosion. Forging something of that level safely is nearly impossible, he admits. He cannot create a sword greater than the Crimson Lotus. In his current state, however, after experimenting with a small piece of the dragon skeleton, he learned that power absorbed by one section does not affect the remaining parts. If Vincian used the skeleton as material for a forging hammer, instead something extraordinary could be possible. But doing so would leave no material for the sword itself. He shares this only for reference, though the possibility is high. The recording ends our hero understands. If he can obtain more dragon skeleton, he can forge the perfect sword. Just then Revan stands, saying he will return straight to the workshop, since he left his sword there. If Vincian wants to send a message to Hansen, now is the time our protagonist asks him to tell Hansen to forge a hammer from the dragon skeleton, and that he will find the remaining pieces needed for the sword. Revan expected that response. They shake hands, and Revan tells him not to return on a stretcher again. Before leaving in the hallway, Julian appears, asking what is going on with Revan and Hansen, calling it useless information. Vincent replies that possibilities matter. All that is left is to grow stronger and find a path forward, and everything begins with defeating the sixth son of Samyon. He asks Julian if he knows any method to win. Julian sighs, saying, Vincian always starts something and expects him to complete it. Right now, they could not beat Malone without possession. So how could they defeat someone even stronger? Our hero agrees, admitting that Malone's trait was extremely troublesome, with wide-range attacks, and force strong enough to break through his body. Strengthening Julian thinks that, if they could obtain the blessing of a lightning giant, victory might be possible. It isn't impossible, since they saw the mana flow in Malone's memories. Vincian doubts they can awaken a trait through mere memory, but Julian interrupts, saying it would be impossible if it were human memory. But if it is the memory of a god, then it becomes possible. Our hero asks Julian if he really memorized the mana flow of the lightning giant. Julian confirms it, and Vincian decides to attempt obtaining the blessing. Immediately, Julian stops him, explaining that this is exactly why he hadn't acted yet. Lightning type mana is the most destructive of all elemental powers, and the lightning giant is the strongest among the elemental gods. If they attempt it now, Vincent's body will be destroyed. Before the blessing can take hold, they must first recover as much mana as possible before returning to the fortress. Julian sets strict rules, forbidding Vincian from using any techniques from 500 years ago, and warns that if he breaks even one rule, he won't teach him the lightning mana flow. Our hero finally agrees, vowing not to break the rules. 3 days later, they arrive at the Crimson Fortress. Several carriages travel forward, and inside one sit headmaster. Herc and Vincian when Vincian asks if they were supposed to walk to the entrance due to security protocols. The headmaster admits that was a lie, The fortress cannot be kept concealed that way. It was only a formality for the welcoming ritual he already experienced. Benjamin then remarks that there seemed to be more carriages than before, prompting the headmaster to explain that he is receiving the engraving ceremony. Leaving him stunned, soon they arrive at the mountain. In a large chamber, a long list, carved into stone, displays the names of past heroes. At that moment, the third direct descendant, Hannah Adenka, appears, with 4 others lining up behind her. All rank cadets begin gathering. The 5th cadet, Abel Adenka, steps forward, followed by the rank 8 cadet, the 5th direct descendant, son Daniel Adenka. Vincent watches the direct descendants closely, seeing them all together for the first time. They are extraordinary, especially the first rank representative Hannah, whose intensity gives him chills. Silbira also joins the group as the 9th candidate. The atmosphere shifts as whispers spread about who will perform the engraving. Everyone fears the same answer. The patriarch himself, then Patriarch Khan, appears, and silence calls for Vincent, who steps forward, having never expected such an honor. But this is not a gift, he has earned it. The patriarch asks for Vincent's sword, and declares that he will engrave, using our hero's blade with a single swing. The energy splits stone. Vincent realizes his father simply infused mana, and moved effortlessly. All his children witness his true power, as our boy's name is permanently carved into Crimson Mountain. The patriarch tells him never to forget his name, and Vincent nods in acknowledgement. Later, in the common hall, everyone excitedly discusses the ceremony, praising the patriarch, and relieved that Vincent looks healthy. Selbra interrupts, asking where our boy is, wanting to throw a celebration. Sizing guesses that he must be in the training grounds. There Vincent stands while Julian instructs him, telling him to position himself, and sends 3 points before continuing. Julian suddenly starts crying, overwhelmed by the moment. He remembers being called worthless, yet Vincent still received the engraving. He asks how our hero remains unaffected. He answers calmly that they still have much to achieve, and they do not waste time crying or laughing over trivial things. He tells Julian to stop, because they need the blessing of the lightning giant if they hope to meet the patriarch's expectations. Julian wipes his tears and resumes training. Our hero repeats the process several times until he can feel the flow clearly. Julian then reminds him to focus on forming a perfect triangle. The shape forms and light erupts. Julian wonders if they succeeded, as a golden radiance fills the chamber, and a massive figure materializes before them. The lightning giant stands before their eyes. I have succeeded suddenly. Vincent screams as the energy floods through him. His eyes glow, and his body becomes engulfed in lightning and power. As he roars, Vincent roars in agony, as the lightning energy rampages through his body, tearing him apart from the inside. The lightning god steps forward, observing the scene with interest, finding it amusing that a human has acquired divinity entirely through his own effort. He glances at Julian and remarks that there have always been fools like him throughout history. When Julian demands to know what happened to Vincent, the god explains that they summoned him by triggering the blessing. So our hero simply granted the power that was asked for. Nothing more. Julian refuses to believe that a human could end up like this, just from receiving the blessing, especially after they had completely restored Vincent's body. But the lightning god points at the exposed skeletal structure, explaining that Vincent's unique physique absorbed mana like a sponge, far more than any ordinary human body could withstand. Our hero's bones begin to glow violently as he continues to scream in agony. Witnessing it all, Julian panics, asking what they should do, since Vincent will die at this rate. The god replies that the solution is simple. Stop the mana flow if they cut it off now. The ripening process will cease, but Vincent will never again receive another blessing. Julian is stunned while the god continues, telling them to choose. Stop the flow and live without blessings, or endure the pain and live with divine power, or die in the attempt. Julian calls it insane and senseless. His words anger the lightning god, who reminds him that he himself triggered the summoning and is the one who absorbed more power than he deserved. He orders Julian to know his place, calling him an incomplete god. Julian realizes through tears that Vincent refuses to stop the flow because he knows he will lose everything if he does. The lightning god tells our hero to control the raging energy inside him and contain it within his body if he wants to fully receive the blessing. Julian refuses to stand by while Vincent risks death. Despite his weak divine energy, he tries to protect our boy's heart. A purple circle forms around the heart for a moment, relieving him briefly, but it shatters almost immediately. The lightning is too strong. Julian tries to hold on, knowing that if the heart bursts, both of them are doomed. He begins to fade away, his body dissolving from the sheer strain of divine power. Terrified, he screams that he doesn't want to die and releases the power. Our hero collapses to the ground as Julian fully begins to disappear. Crying out for help at that moment, a figure rushes into the priest, the healer who once saved Malone and had been dispatched from the fortress. Julian realizes his voice reached someone. With holy power, the priest recognizes the young master and shouts his name. Even now, Vincent has not given up, and Julian refuses to either. He swears that he will overcome, being called a good for nothing, and will not lose. Here, Julian calls out to the priest, confirming that he can hear him, and identifying himself as Vincent's acquaintance god, insisting that our boy needs immediate healing. The priest cannot approach, because the lightning surrounding Vincent is too dangerous. Julian promises to block the lightning. While the priest heals, Julian puts everything he has into suppressing the lightning. Finally, the storm quiets, and the divine barrier holds long enough for the priest to begin the healing process. Meanwhile, in the pagoda office, Siri steps inside when asked if she is prepared. She answers with resolve that she is ready to learn sorcery. Pagoda asks Siri if she remembers the sparks that burst out between Vincent and Malone, where he saved her from the falling rocks. He explains that he sensed an incredibly strong mana within her body, something far beyond the current study of magic. Like young Master Vincent, the mana she carries lies outside the boundaries of modern understanding. Pagoda steps forward, warning her that learning magic will not be easy. He's never been gentle in teaching anyone, but Siri stands firm, since young Master Vincent keeps growing and advancing. Further along, a path where she can no longer follow, she refuses to remain. Someone who only patches up his wounds after battles. She does not want to live as someone helpless anymore. She wants the strength to stand beside him, even if she remains his servant. Pagoda smiles, acknowledging that Vincent has a loyal and worthy person beside him. However, because she is a servant, she must receive Vincent's permission before training. Before anything else can be said, lightning tears through the windows violently. From outside, Pagoda rushes out. The ground is demolished, and Vincent kneels at the center of a crater. When Pagoda asks what happened, Chavon tells them not to worry. Vincent is all good, and it looks like he has gained a massive opportunity. Soon after, as the situation settles, Siri steps forward and requests permission to begin her magic training. Immediately, Julian supports her, saying that having a servant, personally instructed by Pagoda, would bring great honor, and this is the right time. Vincent notices that Julian looks faded, though Julian insists he will recover with rest. Back inside, Sari kneels, promising that even if the path is difficult, she will help him in any way she can. Vincent accepts this granting permission and asking Pagoda to take care of her. Pagoda, monitoring Malone's growth, recognizes that Vincent now possesses the power of the lightning giant. As our hero watches Pagoda, assigning Sari her lesson plan, he realizes that she now has a teacher. While he has none, he still hasn't learned the swordsmanship left behind by Arslan for the Adenka. As Pagoda prepares to leave, our boy stops him, bringing up the upcoming friendly exchange meeting. He needs to devote everything to his training, and asks who will be responsible for teaching him. Inside the fortress, Pagoda is surprised, asking if Vincent truly didn't know that he must find a teacher himself. Our hero is stunned. He thought the fortress was a training institute. Pagoda explains that the facilities and environment are exceptional, but above all, this place is a fortress. Elders from each family sponsor the candidate, who may become a successor. Some martial artists may volunteer, but as a collateral descendant, he must secure a sponsor personally. Vincent fumbles, unable to answer. Pagoda wonders if they have chosen the wrong person. When our boy asks Julian, he admits that they have no elder on their side. No one will volunteer to sponsor someone, branded a good for nothing. There is nothing he can do. With no options left, Vincent thinks of the only person he believes might help. Meanwhile, in Rail's office, Wilson arrives with Vincent's letter. When she asks what it is, he explains that it is addressed to the patriarch. She questions why he brought it to her, instead of delivering it directly. Wilson admits he was afraid, and asks her to deliver it later. Rielza stands before the patriarch, who has already read the letter. She asks what is written, and he explains that Vincenzo needs a teacher. Realization hits her. She was so focused on enrolling him into the fortress that she overlooked such a critical matter. The patriarch also reveals that Vincent has acquired the lightning giant. He asks if Realissa understands why Vincent sent the letter. To her it is clear he asked his father for help, because this is the only place he has left to turn. The patriarch remembers that Relsa previously instructed his son, and orders her to go, but Relsa refuses, explaining that she only taught using the swordsmanship of the ruined family, not the Adenkas. If she teaches him any longer, he will learn incorrect habits. The patriarch asks what he should do. Rialsa proposes someone appropriate, someone powerful that the patriarch knows well, a swordsman who uses the true swordsmanship of the Adenka, and a former possessor of the lightning giant, once called the thunder giant. She asks that the patriarch use his authority to create a position within the fortress, so that this man may become Vincent's teacher. Hearing this, the patriarch recognizes that this solution must be chosen by the person himself. Relsa tells him not to worry. The man is also his friend, and she will convince him. The candidate is the white captain of the White Sword Unit, Merlin. Meanwhile, near the doorways of the practice grounds, Merlin stands silently staring at a training dummy. It reminds him of our boy, who trained there many months ago. He wonders how Vincent is doing now. Rielza approaches, interrupting his thoughts, and asking if he is heading out for another walk. Soon after, inside the room, they sit. Merlin comments that Rielza is always busy, and doubt she has come simply to check up on him. Rielza gets straight to the point, offering him a new position. When he asks where, she reveals that it is at a training institution within the Yellow Dragon unit. Merlin sighs, noting that the word sword is no longer even included in the unit name, and immediately refuses. Rielza explains there is someone she wants him to teach. When he asks who, she mentions Vincent, living in the Crimson Fortress. Merlin freezes as Rielza admits that the elders wouldn't even look at him. But he is young. His chances of becoming a potential patriarch are extremely low. It is nearly impossible to find anyone willing to sponsor him, yet Merlin still refuses. However, when Rielza mentions that our boy has acquired the blessing of the lightning giant, Merlin finally shows interest. Even so, he argues that there are too many reasons to reject the offer. He is constantly pushed around to different positions because the elders dislike him, and now Rielza wants him to teach someone who has not been accepted by them either. Rielza proposes a bet. He explains that young Master Vincent is set to duel young Master Samion soon. If our hero wins, Merlin must become his teacher. A few days past friendly exchange meeting. Day 7 inside the fortress training ground. Vincent trains endlessly, exhausted but determined. He pushes himself further, deciding that he must truly make the lightning giant's power. His own lightning erupts around him as he roars. He thinks it is still not enough to merely wrap lightning around his sword. He must refine it into a controlled ray. Like Malone once did, he increases the output, but the flow spirals out of control. Julian sighs, noting that Vincent still cannot control it. Our hero admits he can feel the lightning saturating every corner of his body, but that only makes control harder. Julian wonders how Malone managed to carry so much of this power. At this scale, it can no longer be called microcurrent boost. It is returning to the pure level of microcurrent, a performance far beyond what their training should allow. Vincent interrupts, reminding Julian that he worked extremely hard to acquire it. Tears, and all Julian realizes our boy heard everything and becomes embarrassed, asking him to forget it. Vincent tells him not to be embarrassed and asks about Rielza's reply. In a letter, Rielza apologizes. Due to the current situation, they will not be able to obtain a teacher before the friendly exchange meeting. The first reason is the intended teacher's refusal, and the second is the elders' interference. The elders do not want a disruption to the existing structure among the descendants. They exist to keep the patriarch's power in check. So not even the patriarch can enforce this matter. She wishes she could help directly, but she cannot abandon her responsibilities. As the Grand Chamberlain Vincent declares that this year's friendly exchange meeting will be won by his own strength alone. He asks Julian to utilize Absolute Sword, Slash, and any other abilities without restraint. Julian agrees and suggests another method. Vincent can use Samian swordsmanship, just as he once did at Hansen's workshop. Our hero can execute it, but if he uses it in public, the consequences will be severe. The Samion clan will drag him back to Mother, unable to use the swordsmanship of his past life. Vincent grows frustrated. A skill from his past life gives him another idea. Using someone else's technique, he wonders whether it is possible with his current body. Meanwhile, at the main castle of the Samion Archduchy, a blue-eyed tiger is chained and roaring. A guy stands before it, acknowledging the beast as the Forced Mountain. the monster that even a Denka has to kill. When entering the Crimson Fortress, just then the elder of the Samyeon family, Julian Samyeon, enters. He reports that the opponent for the friendly exchange meeting has been chosen again. It is the seventh son once known as a good-for-nothing. He is a direct descendant who has recently shown strange accomplishments and is rising quickly among the ranks. To the Samians, the friendly exchange meeting is an event that brings more harm than good. If the guy wins, nothing changes. But if he loses, the humiliation will be unbearable. What people crave is a dramatic victory of an underdog, rising to glory when asked what he intends to do. The man states that he will absolutely crush Vincent. Just then the white-eyed tiger releases from its chains, but the guy cuts it down as it leaps. He vows to show the world that such touching stories do not exist. The man is the sixth son of the direct line. Juggin Semayon, Celebra rushes down the hallway, clutching a crystal tightly, wondering if Vincent would genuinely appreciate the gift. She opens the gate and calls his name, but an overwhelming surge of light and energy bursts out, forcing her to step back. Our boy stands in the center, holding a sword that looks enormous. Celebra is stunned for a moment, whispering to herself the skill name, realizing that he is wielding a sword. That doesn't look like Crimson Lotus. Vincent sets the sword aside and greets her. She fumbles nervously, then reveals the crystal with overflowing excitement, announcing that she has brought him a gift. He barely reacts, and simply asks if it is an enchanted crystal. But Celebra says that what is inside matters more. It contains the spar of the sixth son of Samyeon Kagon. A bright smile forms on our boy's face as he thanks her and takes it. She blushes, warning him to be careful. Since it's a bit cruel, he activates the crystal. A projection of the fight appears, and he is fascinated, once again, by the technology of this era. But as he watches, his expression hardens. He predicts Keegan's movement, the left foot forward to fake a lower body strike, forcing the opponent to defend, followed by a hidden heavy blow to shatter the sword. In a projection, the opponent admits defeat. Yet Keegan continues beating his face ruthlessly. Rage rises in Vincent, as he wonders why he is exactly like Keegan. Looks might be a coincidence, but the technique, the habits, every motion mirror Kagan from the past. Determined, he decides he must meet Kagan Samayon. Elsewhere, the clock figures gather. The mage Captain Alberto slams his hand on the table, silencing the room and welcoming all mages for the discussion of the friendly exchange meeting. Pagoda and the others are present. Alberto explains that the event has 3 stages. The treasure hunt to recover ancient Dong Yuan chests. The subjugation stage facing captured monsters. And finally the spar, considered the blossom of the meeting. The mages are responsible for the treasure hunt, and he asked them to decide the type of beast they will create. Pagoda speaks first, proposing level 8 reptiles or demons, believing it appropriate for 3-star martial artists. But the associate of the 6th magic tower interrupts, suggesting the level 8 giant beast tractor. Pagoda immediately objects, arguing that giants are fit for 4th or 5th stars, and would be unfair. The 6th tower dismisses him, saying that if this is the first exchange in 1,000 years, something exciting is necessary, and reminds him that both sides bear equal responsibility. Pagoda erupts, accusing them of wanting to make the 6th young master shine, but the 6th tower fires back, calling his reasoning pathetic. They argue, exchanging cruel words. The captain steps in sharply, reminding them that the ones sparring are the young masters, not them, and proposes a vote. Every hand rises for the giant beast, leaving Pagoda fuming and believing that they all are Samian's dogs. With the majority decided, Alberto announces that they will prepare the illusory giant beast practice, even though he also knows very well that they are all dogs of Samion. Day one of the friendly exchange meeting begins. Headmaster Herka sits at her desk, writing documents related to the guest list for the Samions. Pagoda stands nearby, levitating stacks of books with magic, and guiding her on what belongs where. Herka looks exhausted, complaining about the insane workload, and regretting her decision to become headmaster of the fortress. Pagoda tries to motivate her and continues helping. She then asks about the preparations for the first stage, expecting Pagoda to be the one handling the illusion. Pagoda sighs heavily, asking her not to bring it up. He mentions that the mages, who are not from the fortress, including the mage captain, were bought out by the Samions. Herka now understands why he has been in such a bad mood. Pagoda continues explaining that because the sixth magic tower is built on their territory, they have been able to influence the Mage Association. Without restraint, Herka stretches her arms, calling them archdemons. But Pagoda simply says that it will be fine if Vincent wins the remaining stages. Herka is surprised, asking if he truly believes Vincent will win. He quickly tries to cover it, saying it is simply more beneficial for them if Adanka wins. She reminds him he once said the probability of the young master winning was less than 10. She wraps an arm around his neck, jokingly teasing him that he seems infatuated with Vincent, even offering sponsorship, and wonders if he is trying to make her sister jealous. Pagoda stiffens confused, asking who her sister is. He then abruptly excuses himself, telling her to finish the work rather than fool around, since the exchange begins tomorrow. He slams the door as he leaves. Meanwhile, Herka watches silently, admitting under her breath that he was being serious. The day arrives, and Vincent and the others enter the arena. The audience whispers that the Adanka were already disadvantaged, and now things appear even worse. Our hero, however, is focused entirely on Kagan, whose behavior mirrors Keegan so perfectly. It unsettles him. A loud cheer erupts as Keegan appears, greeting the Crimson Fortress with effortless charm. He steps forward and reaches out for a handshake. The moment their hands meet, the audience captures the scene eagerly. Keegan introduces himself brightly, and Vincent introduces himself in return. The opponent smiles warmly, saying he feels good making new friends of the same age. Our hero agrees outwardly, though inside he feels only discomfort, because nothing about Keegan outwardly seems wrong. Yet his smile feels unbearably unpleasant. Just then Kagan wishes that Vincent proves himself, with his strength calling him friend. Herka and Pagoda exchange looks. He wants Vincent to prove himself, clearly assuming the Adanka are beneath them, while our hero responds that he also hopes Kagan proves his talent. Herka and Pagoda flinch, unsure if Vincent truly thinks that he can win. The crowd erupts, cheering the opening of the event. On stage, Headmaster Herka steps forward, holding a crystal declaring the official commencement of the friendly exchange meeting. The first stage is the treasure hunt. The two competitors will enter an enchanted space and retrieve a chest identical to the one she holds. Inside the space, they will face a monster created through sorcery, a giant illusory beast. Fractor will guard the treasure, Spectators murmur in shock. Clearly this year's difficulty is brutal. Another announcement echoes. Each participant may choose two rank 9 candidates to accompany them. Since the Adinka lost in the previous year, they will select first Herka bows slightly, expecting Vincian to choose Silbera. But before she can say anything, Vincian calmly announces two names, Sizen and Harmon. The crowd erupts in confusion. The rank boards light up, confirming that both have the lowest grades. Among rank 9s, Sizen and Harmon tremble where they stand terrified. The crowd burst into laughter, mocking the choice. People shout that they already look weak and useless, while others speculate that maybe there is something special about them. If Vincent selected them headmaster, Herka bows her head, confirming Vincent's decision and asking if he is truly certain. She warns him that she hopes he isn't using them as an excuse for failure, saying she would be disappointed if that were the case. Vincent calmly refuses the idea. The first reason he chose Sison and Harmon, it's because he refuses to give any excuse to young Master Kagan. The second reason is that, although the two are distant relatives, they still carry the blood of the Adenka family. In the past, he had spoken with Selbyra about this. They may come from collateral branches, but to defeat the Samians, it is fitting to fight with the blood of Patriarch. Arslan Selbyra is hurt, since she expected him to choose her first. Vincent stands respecting her dedication and the battle they endured alongside Malone, encouraging her to do her best in the exchange meeting, as well when she asks what that means. If she is not part of his team, Vincian explains simply that this is to provoke Keegan. Keegan must turn that provocation into pride and strike him down without mercy. In that situation, he will be perfect. On the opposite side, Kagon selects his representative, and vice representative declaring in front of everyone that he will teach Vincian. The result of arrogance, our boy is aware, is that the stage has already been prepared for the Samians, and wonders what exactly Kagon intends to show. Pagoda watches from the audience and shows confident trust in our boy. He then steps toward the 6 tower mages, who are already pale, questioning why Vincian gave up the representative. Pagoda comments sharply that he must be eager to start. The first stage, mages activate glowing magic circles, and the match begins. Selbrera, standing behind Keegan's team, still looks upset soon after. Inside the portal, Sizen is already trembling. He pulls out a luminous crystal, asking if they should use it, and they activate it, illuminating the dark cavern on the other side. Selbyra asks Keegan if he needs light, but he replies casually that it isn't necessary, and asks the two behind him to stay back. The words sting Selbyra. He is clearly telling them not to interfere, assuming he will handle everything alone. Back in the arena, both groups' footage is projected for the crowd. People complain that nothing is happening, and call it boring since no giants have appeared yet. Goda and Herka stand watching, noting that Vincian clearly does not see his teammates as sacrifices. Inside the cave, Harmon doubts whether they can really help Vincian. Our hero smiles, reminding them they are capable martial artists who overcame their own fears. At that moment, a blinding red light erupts, blasting them backward as the smoke clears. A massive fracture emerges, smashing its weapon down and shaking the ground. Susan and Harmon panic, overwhelmed by its size, and questioning if anything will go according to plan. They look around and realize Vincian is nowhere to be seen, assuming he was crushed, but his voice cuts through the dust. as he leaps from above, slicing down with full force. The giant collapses in a thunderous fall. Vincent orders them to follow the plan. Sisson and Harmon pull out large drums, striking them loudly, while sprinting around the fallen giant. With terrible eyesight, the creature reacts instinctively to the sound. Following them, they shout for Vincian to find the chest. He watches them and calls them brave, then turns deeper into the cavern. In the arena, Herka and Pagoda stare in shock, thinking that what our hero is doing is called a treasure hunt, but demonstrating martial ability is the core purpose. The Sixth Tower mage laughs, mocking Vincian for misunderstanding the true objective. Meanwhile, back inside the cave, Vincian reaches the treasure chest at last, but the ground shakes violently. A second fracture erupts, slamming him against the rock wall. The realization strikes there was more than one. The giant charges again, attempting to crush Vincian, but he narrowly escapes for the plan to work. He must save at least one strike for the absolute sword slash. Having two giants instead of one makes the situation much more difficult. The giant lunges from the side, trying to snatch him midair. Vincian realizes that this one is faster than the first, and is reacting to the speed of Frostwalk meanwhile. Pagoda watches in disbelief, shouting in outrage, unable to understand how another monster could be there. Standing behind him, the Sixth Tower mage casually calls it a mistake. Furious Pagoda grabs him by the collar, demanding to know why they are playing such dirty tricks. Headmaster Herka intervenes just in time, warning him to stop before they create chaos. In front of the entire audience, she understands his anger, but causing a scene will accomplish nothing. The Sixth Tower mage smirks, claiming Herka is calm unlike the rumors. Herka's expression turns cold as she orders him to stay behind. Once the event is over meanwhile, Kagan effortlessly dismantles his opponent. As the giant collapses, he stands there in disappointment, complaining that he was expecting more from the monsters. Called a giant just then, another giant charges from behind, forcing Selbyra to warn him. Kagan responds, instantly slicing its hand into pieces. He dashes up the arm and cuts through its face, dropping it in an instant. Selbyra watches silently, admitting to herself that Keegan is undeniably strong. Even if anyone else had been on his team, the result would have remained unchanged. Alkagan taunts the fallen giant, asking it to stand again, so he can demonstrate more techniques. On the other side, Vincian's team is falling apart under pressure. Our hero struggles while Julian trembles, convinced the plan has failed. Vincian calms him, insisting they must form a new plan. Julian suggests using the absolute sword slash, hurting both giants together and cutting them at once. Vincent rejects it at first, knowing the giants are too large, and he'd lose sight of the second target mid-strike. But then realization strikes. He must defeat both giants with a single slash. To do that, he needs a clear, focal target. That thought leads him to Julian. Elsewhere, their other two teammates are cornered by the second giant, trapped with nowhere to escape, terrified and calling out for Vincent. Just when they believe they are crushed, our hero shows up with the treasure chest in hand. He shouts that the plan has changed, and it will arrive soon. The two teammates stare in disbelief as another giant emerges in front of them. Both giants roar and begin sprinting directly toward his group. Vincian calls out to Julian, ordering him to execute the plan exactly as instructed. He cries all freaked out, not willing to offer himself as the target. As the monsters close in, our hero's fear becomes real. He still cannot clearly see the path needed for the absolute sword slash to strike both giants at once. Their massive bodies are making it hard. If he cannot trace the sword path, then he must find something that cuts across both giants instead. In that moment of focus, he feels the other half of his soul awaken. Julian's presence meanwhile. Julian stands directly behind the two giants, forming the perfect alignment for the sword path. But Julian is terrified, unsure if he will survive being positioned so close. As the giants raise their hands to crush them, our hero launches forward and unleashes the absolute sword slash. The blade tears through both giants in a single brilliant strike. The attack continues past them, causing Julian, still standing behind them, to scream for help up in the audience. Mage Captain and the Sixth Tower Mage stare in shock, unable to understand how he managed to defeat two giants. With a single strike, even the headmaster is stunned, while Pagoda smirks proudly, explaining that this is the lethal technique of Vincent. The absolute sword slash. Julian rushes over, panicking and yelling because he thought he would die, and is horrified to learn that our hero was not certain the attack would work. Our hero calmly admits that, even with the absolute sword slash, defeating a god would be impossible. Then realization strikes. Vincent had only thought those words internally. So how did Julian hear them? That shock is interrupted as the other two teammates look around confused, wondering who he is speaking to, since Julian is invisible to everyone except our hero. Brushing it off, he tells them to prepare to leave. The last thing left to cut down, using absolute sword slash, is the entire space itself, the magical arena forming the battlefield. He raises his sword again, and with one slash, destroys the whole structure of magic. They appear at the stage. As the Sixth Tower Mage demands that someone check the spell, unable to believe that the entire dungeon was shattered, Goda steps forward and says, "There is no point trying to repair it, because Vincent's sword can cut through magic." Even though he himself is secretly stunned, he admits silently that he never expected Vincent to destroy the entire dungeon. Impressed by the creativity of his solution, the Mage Captain shouts angrily, insisting he should be disqualified for destroying the examination stage. But the headmaster interrupts, reminding everyone that no rules forbid destroying the stage itself, since no one has ever attempted it before. She also notes that, as a member of the Neutral Mage Association, Captain seems surprisingly emotional, as if it were her personal loss. Meanwhile, the teammates hand over the chest and ask if Vincent has won before they can finish the Sixth Tower. Mage snaps that the first stage merely displays strength, and that the test is not over. It does not matter who finishes first. He declares that young Master Kagan is still performing, and if he continues his martial arts display, the victory will go to the Samians. Hearing this, our hero approaches and says that based on that rule, Kagan will be finishing his stage very soon. Mage suddenly panics at the implication, prompting Pagoda to explain that the dragon Kagan entered was inside the assembly element, used to form the space, as they said, because equal environments must be provided to both participants. The assembly element was split into two identical replicated dungeons. Now that Vincent has already destroyed his replica, the mana sustaining it has nowhere to go, just like splitting water into two channels and blocking one. All the flow will now overflow into the other. Meanwhile, standing in front of the giant, Keegan starts to notice its increased power as the mana floods into the remaining space. Realization hits Keegan the giant has grown stronger. Despite this, he assumes that its intelligence must remain unchanged. When the beast charges certain of himself, he declares that with such a simple trick, the giant will simply lose its hand. He swings his sword, slashing toward the arm, only to find the flesh completely unscathed. Shocked, he narrowly dodges the next strike, thinking something must have changed. Outside the dungeon, a dying monster should not suddenly gain such strength. Clinging to the ground, he braces himself as the giant rushes forward to crush him again. At that moment, Selbyra steps in, using the same technique Vincent's teammates had used earlier to redirect the beast's attention. She instructs her partner to locate the chest, while she distracts the monster with sound. As she lures the giant away, she comments bitterly that Keegan is lucky. If Vincent had not ordered her to give everything, she would never have bothered, saving someone as arrogant as him. Suddenly, a violent eruption tears through the field, throwing everyone backward. When the dust settles, Keegan sees the first giant, the one that should have been dead. Both giants move together and prepare to strike Selbyra, cornering her just in time. Keegan rises to his feet, furious that they dare interrupt his performance. With explosive power, he slashes through them, then releases his technique, Bloody Full Moon, surging forward with overwhelming force. He cuts both giants down with a single, devastating strike. Selbyra watches in absolute disbelief. She realizes then that Keegan had been extraordinary from the beginning. He had intentionally left the giant alive, saving the stamina to continue his performance. Although still angry at Selbyra for disrupting his original plan, he forces himself to stay calm. He completed the stage, secured the chest, and left a strong impression. Regardless of the results, he believes his performance must be better than Vincent's. Stepping out of the portal, Keegan freezes upon seeing our hero already standing there. Vincent casually remarks that Keegan is late, and from the expression on his face, our protagonist assumes he must have enjoyed the gift. Keegan demands to know what he means. Vincent explains that he has a friend, skilled in sorcery, and with their help, he caused the mana inside Keegan's dungeon to overflow. The realization strikes Keegan hard. It was our boy's plan all along. To overload the giants, the shock pushes him to wonder whether Vincent had been playing him from the very start, but instead of anger. He laughs, accepting defeat. He admits he judged our hero too carelessly. His expression darkens as he promises that things will be different from now on, since he now sees Vincent as a true friend. Our protagonist welcomes it confidently. Meanwhile, the headmaster watches amused, wondering if they think they can decide the victor on their own. Why do they believe judges even exist? The announcement declares Vincent the winner, and the next stage will take place in 3 days later. Keegan approaches Selbyra to thank her, stating that without her, he will look like a fool. He extends his hand, but she hesitates, sensing something wrong. Keegan remarks that her hand feels heavy, and only then does she lightly shake it. He turns to leave while Selbyra quietly wonders if he truly came to thank her at all. As he walks away, Keegan smiles strangely and whispers a silent farewell to her. At the Crimson Fortress, Sari practices her magic when Wilson calls out to her. He arrives carrying a giant bag filled with food and clean clothes. She asks about the results of the friendly exchange meeting, and Wilson excitedly informs her that Vincent has won. with his opponent Keegan admitting defeat willingly. Relief washes over her, as Wilson wonders aloud if training there is difficult. Siri admits it is, but explains that because she is at the fortress, she cannot fully concentrate, constantly distracted by the young master. She further explains that the dean advised her to train at the fortress, as it is easier to communicate with the spirit of the snowy mountains there. Wilson recalls her, saying she was suited to become a spirit mage, and she confirms it, explaining that she needs to find a spirit to form a contract with soon. At her current level, she can only manage one, though she loves many. A mysterious voice suddenly interrupts. At first, Siri thinks Wilson spoke, but he denies that the voice echoes again, prompting her to ask who is there. Meanwhile, in another part of the fortress, Selbyra and the others celebrate Vincent's victory in the first stage by drinking and cheering. Our hero remarks that he is only ahead by 1 point, questioning whether such loud celebration is necessary. Selbyra dismisses his concern, claiming it is monumental in Ascendia's history, though she admits she should not speak that way, since she supported Kagan. Vincent rejects that idea, insisting she was the crucial factor in his victory. When asked why, he explains that Selbyra played a significant role in Kagan's performance. He and Kagan may be equals in martial arts, but her support made Kagan stronger, even if Kagan had refused to acknowledge the result. Once evolution was complete, the odds would have shifted in Vincent's favor. Selbyra is stunned, realizing our boy had planned much further ahead. She promises to help him again, if the opportunity arises, since she is the candidate representative. Vincent expresses trust in her, but as their hands touch, he senses something. He sees the Samian chain seal burned into her hand, and immediately asks when and how it appeared, questioning whether she had physical contact with Samians. Selbyra nervously admits she shook hands with Keegan when he thanked her for helping him. The realization hits, and our protagonist curses Kagan under his breath. Julian asks about the symbol, and Vincent explains that it is the chain seal. More specifically, a curse that gradually suffocates a victim's mana and leads to a slow death. Our hero holds Selbyra's hand tightly, while the others stare at them oddly. Julian asks if the curse can be undone, prompting him to explain that first. They must identify what type of seal it is, as each requires a different release method. He then announces that training will begin at dawn. Every day, Selbyra blushes nervously, but agrees at dawn. Vincent stands in the forest analyzing the seal. If Keegan placed it so boldly, he must be confident no one will discover it, since the existence of the chain seal has been forgotten, just like the absolute sword. Slash in magic body, no one recognizes it. Julian advises keeping the matter secret, while Vincent rages inside, refusing to forgive Keegan for using black magic on someone. Unrelated to the match, just then, Selbyra arrives in a different, beautiful outfit, her hair down, as she shyly asks how she looks. Julian stares in awe while Vincent fumbles awkwardly, asking why she dressed up like that for training. Julian mutters that she clearly likes him, wondering if our boy was single for two. Long in his past life, Vincent fires back, asking why he's provoking him. He privately thinks she is too young. He was 29 5 years ago, and she is 14. The gap is too large to consider her feelings seriously. Selbyra snaps back to focus, reminding him they are here to train. They stand in silence, meditating, as Vincent instructs her to constantly observe the mana flow and notify him of anything unusual. She asks if she should feel something during meditation. Our protagonist simply tells her to continue and silently studies the disrupted mana flow. If she cannot sense it, then martial arts must have lost. Much more than imagined since the era of true theory. Julian asks if Vincent can undo the seal, as our hero realizes he cannot. It is far stronger than expected. When he finally stops trying, Julian panics, asking what they will do now. Vincent explains that to undo a chained seal, an offering must be retrieved, typically a living heart from an animal, a spirit or a human. Keegan likely hid the offering somewhere on the snowy mountains. If they find it and free it, the seal will collapse. If not, Selbira will die in 3 days. Hearing that only 3 days remain, Julian explains that it may sound heartless, but the friendly exchange meeting must take priority. In 3 days, the second stage will begin, and they cannot afford to neglect preparation. Vincent silently hopes Julian understands what truly matters. Believing those who chase only their own goals will eventually lose the people beside them. If our protagonist had still possessed the comrades lost to Samion, he would not have spent the rest of his life in prison. Selbira interrupts, asking if Vincent wishes to continue, since she is already exhausted. Our hero agrees to finish for the day, and they walk through the forest. As they move along, Julian asks how our boy knows so much about curses, and briefly wonders if he was a dark mage. Vincent reveals that he has experienced something similar before. During his imprisonment, when his mana was sealed, he recalls that the procedure used the heart of a parishioner, serving a death penalty at the time. Julian realizes how terrible Vincent's past must have been, as our boy asks him not to bring it up again. When Julian questions what crime could have put him in prison for 10 years, our protagonist mutters that it was the battle with Kajin. At that moment, Selbira, who had been following them, suddenly collapses. They rush her to the treatment room. The healer explains that she has been stabilized for now and advises them to let her rest, but admits he has never seen symptoms like these before. There is little more they can do in the fortress. It would be best to send her to Gaia Temple. In the capital, Vincent stands helplessly, wondering if the priest there could undo the chain seal, a technique erased from history. The progression is too quick, and he doubts Selbira will survive the journey. The Chavin is instructed to take care of her, while Vincent stands at the window in silence. When questioned about his intentions, our hero leaps out the window. There is only one way to find the sacrifice, used for the chain seal, somewhere in the vast snowy mountains. He refuses to lose another person to Samian's dirty tricks. Meanwhile, Siri is already deep within the forest, hearing a distant voice crying for help. It sounds like a spirit. She then sees Vincent arriving. As he questions what she is doing there, they walk together as he tells her about the sacrifice. Bound to the curse, the spirit is sealed somewhere in the snowy mountain. When Siri asks what is typically used for the sacrifice, Vincent explains that it must be something small, something easy to hide, such as a small creature or a spirit. Siri believes she may be able to help, while Selbira lies unconscious. Our protagonist and Siri continue climbing through the cold mountain wind. The voice becomes clearer between a canyon, and they rush forward. She shouts that she is here to help, while Vincent silently follows, trusting her but fully aware that Selbira does not have much time left. He prepares himself, declaring that if the spirit is not found soon, he will destroy the entire region to break the seal. Just then, Sari discovers the chained spirit of a small animal. The pattern is identical to the one on Selbira. Siri begins to cry, asking if there is any way to save it. Vinchan explains that once something becomes the sacrifice of a chained seal, there is little hope. The merciful choice would be to let it pass peacefully. Siri refuses to accept that. She activates her spell, summoning a magic circle, and forms a spirit contract, overriding the chain seal with higher priority. The curse breaks the chain shatter, and the spirit is freed. Vinchan thanks her for performing something extraordinary. Suddenly, green lightning strikes toward them. Vinchan reacts, instantly blocking the attack. As he demands to know who is responsible, Kagon appears from within the storm, accusing our hero of interfering with Samian's traditional ceremony. He demands a worthy explanation. As Vinchan's rage ignites, he calls out Kagan's name. Kagan stands fully aware of what has just transpired. Vinchan has interrupted the traditional Samian ceremony, a sacred ritual, and in doing so, has sparked a massive diplomatic dispute with the Samians. Keegan commands him to release the small spirit and walk away, promising to cover the incident for him. Our hero refuses, demanding how Keegan can call it tradition, when it was merely an attempt to kill Selbrera. The realization hits Keegan that Vinchan understands the truth. He smiles faintly, telling our boy that he should already know. There exists a certain class into which both were born. There are people destined to carry the burden of fate, and others who are not. They stand apart from the rest. And anyone who dares to cross that line must be punished. Keegan urges Vinchan to understand, believing they are the same, and calls it their rightful order. In an instant, our protagonist closes the distance and presses his sword to Keegan's throat. He declares that nothing has changed in 500 years. Keegan is momentarily confused, but Vinchan firmly states that the so-called right Keegan defends is nothing but wrong to him. Keegan's smile widens, and he praises our hero's eyes. Raising his own sword to Vinchan's neck, he declares that they will never be friends, and that everything will be judged properly at the friendly exchange meeting. Meanwhile, in the fortress, the chain seal on Selbiara's hand dissolves. She awakens confused, questioning her presence there. Moments later, Vinchan bursts into the room, calling for Minister Chavin and asking about Selbiara's condition. Chavin informs him that she has just regained consciousness. Our hero checks her hand, confirming that the chain seal has truly vanished. Chavin asks whether Vinchan intends to prepare, since only 2 days remain before the second stage begins. Our boy smiles, admitting that he does. He cannot afford to lose to Kagon, but deep inside he reflects on what awaits. In the second stage, they will face a real monster, the subjugation battle, far away in the main castle of Adenka. The fourth great elder, Iago Adenka, studies the document reporting Vinchan's achievements. Before him sits the fourth greatest elder, Fidenel Adenka, who confirms that Vinchan claimed victory, even after the Samians displayed seditious behavior. He overcame everything they begin discussing, whether the sixth tower was pressured, or whether our protagonist has matured. But the elder, Delbek Adenka, slams the table in frustration. He reminds them that the elders have held authority over Adenka for 500 years, except for the last 25 under Patriarch Khan. Adenka since youth. Khan has despised the power of the elders, and has been slowly increasing the strength of the Patriarch's position. Fidenel argues that this is why they support the first son and second daughter as successors. The first son, Carmen, is consumed with ambition, while the second daughter, Dea, cares only for martial arts. They intend to elevate both to patriarchal power and rule a Denka through them. As puppets hearing this, Delvec demands they consider what will happen if Vincian wins against the Samians. Sivanson, especially the child of the troublesome woman Sarvana, has no family influence binding him. If our hero prevails, the elders lose all control. And recently, Khan himself engraved Vincian's name on the sword, granting him the Crimson Lotus, the same blade Khan carried in his youth. Delbecq claims that Khan is using our protagonist to point his sword directly at the elders. Silence spreads across the hall as he declares that they cannot allow Vincian to achieve any more accomplishments. When the others ask what he intends, Elder Tilavin suggests sending a letter to the Samians. Its contents will declare that a Denka will overlook the unlawful actions of the Samians in the first stage, but the second stage must proceed entirely under the authority of a Denka. 2 days later, the second stage of the friendly exchange meeting finally begins. Headmaster Herka steps forward and announces that the second stage is the subjugation battle, and there is only one rule: destroy the monster before you in the shortest time possible. Their opponent in this round is the Lizard Man, a monster infamous for crafting long spears from animal bones and wielding devastating power. Keegan is the first to step into the arena. The Lizard Man roars, slamming its crafted weapon into the ground as smoke erupts across the battlefield. But before the dust settles, Keegan has already vanished from sight. Pagoda watches with widened eyes, unable to track his speed. Above them, Kagan descends like a streak of lightning and slices through the monster cleanly. Pagoda announces the result: 14.86 seconds. Kagan has established a new record, surpassing Lady Daya's 22nd achievement. The entire stadium erupts with praise for Kagan and the Samians at that moment. Keegan turns his gaze toward Vincian, silently declaring that this is what happens when he gets serious, and that there will be no disgraceful repeat of the first stage. The next thing his sword will cut, he implies, is Vincian. Soon after, as they enter the stage, Julian anxiously asks how they could possibly beat that record, but our hero steps forward confidently, believing that when it comes to speed, they simply will not lose. He approaches the cage holding the monster, immediately noticing something is off. This lizard man's eyes are bloodshot and wild. Meanwhile, back in a Denka castle, Fit and El questions Tilavan's actions. As they drink tea, she presses for the truth, until Ivan admits that he interfered, explains that he did nothing to weaken the monster. No drugs, no magic. He captured a lizard man, equivalent to the one our boy will face. But he starved it for 2 days. An average martial artist might not notice, but a starving monster becomes so vicious that defeating it in seconds becomes nearly impossible. Back in the arena, Vincian already understands the situation, from the frenzied hunger in the creature's eyes. Before he can think further, the cage bursts open, and the monster charges with terrifying speed. Our protagonist considers dodging, but he knows that if he steps back even once, he will never break Kagan's record. So instead, he braces his stance, shocking the headmaster and even Pagoda. The monster's spear impales his shoulder, piercing clean through. Gasps ripple through the arena. Headmaster Herka's expression twists as blood pours down our hero's arm. Meanwhile, Vincian knows that if the monster has already driven the weapon this deep, he no longer needs to control the lightning flow, calling upon the blessing of the lightning giant. A surge of lightning erupts around him, Engulfing the monster, the creature screams in agony, struck by overwhelming thunderous force. Lightning consumes the stage, as Pagoda cries out for priests from the fortress. But Headmaster Herka orders him to check the record. First, she remembers Vincent, saying that one must never enter battle with the intention to lose. For a moment, she wonders if anyone would go to such extreme lengths, and if he is possessed by a spirit that once died, fighting the Samians back in the fight. Our protagonist remains standing, the spear still lodged through his shoulder. The monster is already dead. Pagoda reveals the time, 5.39 seconds. The final announcement echoes, confirming Vincent's victory in no time. The priest rush forward and begin the healing, decide to pull the spear out first, with Chivin instructing them to work on a signal. As soon as the weapon is removed, everyone starts healing simultaneously. Meanwhile, standing above, Keegan can't believe a boy would choose such a barbaric method. During the healing, our boy smiles at Keegan, unsettling him completely. The next announcement ends the second stage, instructing everyone to exit immediately, so the patient can be transferred elsewhere. Inside, a Carta figure thinks about Vincent, wondering if he is truly the son of Sarvana, and admits to being eager to meet him. Back at the fortress, Chivin cries, saying he applied to the Crimson Fortress because he thought it would be an easy position. He confesses it really was, until Vincent, enrolled our hero, is left speechless. But he thanks Chivin for the healing, since it has worked properly, and his shoulder feels completely fine. Almost like a miracle, however. Chivin refuses the praise, showing a wooden token and explaining. He isn't the owner of it, it's impossible for him to provide our protagonist with that level of treatment. Our boy is confused, so Chivin clarifies. What Vincent experienced was close to a miracle. Second-class priest treatments are merciless, and the possessor of that token receives the treatment, as if they were its owner. But since Chivin is a fifth class, his healing is equal to simply sewing and gluing the wound together. In other words, our boy's heart is not completely healed yet. If he overdoes it before fully recovering, he may lose the ability to use mana forever. Before they speak further, the headmaster enters and tells Vincent to go and eat. He asks what she means by that. She explains that the patriarch and matriarch of Adenka and Samion have arrived. The Samions have invited Vincent and Khan to dinner. As the patriarch and our hero walk together, Vincent wonders what the Samions are plotting by inviting them to figure in the cart. Turns out to be the matriarch of Samion. Valkia Samion, she greets our protagonist and his father, and soon all are seated at the dining table. The matriarch urges him to eat well, pointing out these are special Samion dishes. Vincent agrees, thanking her while he quietly observes. He thinks that, like his father, her presence alone embodies Samion as one of the continent's rulers. Suddenly she points her knife at Khan, teasing that he has gotten pretty as he ages, and calling him a cutie at that moment. Vincent senses something powerful, stands and grips his sword. Valkyrie watches, curious whether he actually detected the mana she emitted in secrecy. Meanwhile, our boy sweats, admitting to himself that she is far too strong. The murderous intent diluted into deathly essence. Is mana sharp enough to cut? She truly is a martial artist. She simply praises his sensitivity, while Vincent silently imagines a duel with someone like her. As he thanks her, when Patriarch notices and questions the reaction, Vincent admits the Samians are strong, and that's why he smiled when asked if he sensed it. He confirms, Patriarch then attempts the same toward Keegan, but Keegan senses nothing and awkwardly asks if something is wrong. Patriarch wipes his face, calling Keegan polite for not drawing a sword. At the table, Valkyrie tells Keegan not to worry and to eat well. Observing all this, Vincian asks Julian, and he confirms that the two are having a chi battle over whose son is superior, since they are both rulers of the continent. Later that night, Valkyrie stands on the roof. When the Patriarch approaches, she comments that is good for nothing. Son has matured quite nicely. Patriarch remarks that her prodigy is underwhelming, and she laughs, admitting he got her there then. She says someone is up to no good, daring to interfere with the friendly exchange meeting, while both matriarchs and patriarchs watch. When Khan asks if she means the elders of Samyeon, Valkyrie reveals he is only half correct. She believes the first stage was orchestrated by the Samyeon elders, but the second stage is the work of Khan's elders. The four great elders of ascendance are involved, and their true target is Vincian, though their opinions differ. They want to eliminate a variable like our hero as soon as possible. She then asks what Khan thinks if the son, who takes after Sarvana, will win the third stage. After a moment of silence, Khan replies with conviction that Ascenders will absolutely surpass the Samyeons. Valkyrie questions if Khan is referring to that will, and points out that, if it hasn't been accomplished in the last 500 years, isn't it time he gave up? She then challenges him on the interference of the elders, asking how he plans to stop them. Khan's expression darkens as he replies that no one remains alive on the continent after cheating in front of his eyes, and nothing will prevent Vincent's victory. In the third stage, Valkyrie looks at him awkwardly, remarking that he speaks as if certain Vincian will be victorious against Kagan, unless there are unexpected events. Khan simply responds that his son has promised to return victorious. The day of the third stage arrives. The announcer declares that Adenka, winning both the first and second stages, is unbelievable, but the real battle is the third stage, where actual sparring will take place. The Samyeons will try to win at all costs, since their pride has been wounded. The question rises, will the Adenkis gain another victory after Lady DEA? The audience watches as the Patriarch and Matriarch, Valkia, sit together on stage. The headmaster announces that the final stage of the friendly exchange meeting, the long-awaited duel, is about to begin, as our hero Vincian and Kagan stand facing each other. Julian reminds Vincian of his current condition, while our boy says he's fully aware. His damaged heart allows him only one use of the absolute sword slash. He needs to finish the match with that single strike. He decides to start with the lightning giant, to test Kagan as Vincian slashes. Intense lightning energy roars toward Keegan, who recognizes it instantly as the lightning giant. With little effort, Keegan reflects the lightning aside, leaving Vincian in disbelief. Keegan questions if that was just a test, and declares he will have to burn Vincian to ashes to be satisfied. Our protagonist sees the burning mana of a dark crimson shade, cannot forget the Samyeon's hidden mana technique, the very one that caused his final loss in a past life. The mana uses life force to burn brightly. Crimson Empires might seeing Vincian's expression. Keegan realizes he understands everything. The opponent charges forward, wondering if our boy will be able to block. While Vincian focuses as Keegan rushes in, he decides to use body strengthening and Crimson Lotus to defend, but ends up getting hurt due to Keegan's speed. He thinks that Crimson Emperor's might isn't supposed to have such overwhelming power, and silently admits that Kagan's accomplishment has already surpassed young Kagan's abilities. In no time, the enemy charges again. But this time Vincent blocks. As they clash, Keegan asks we're that confident. Cocky expression from the first and second stages has gone, and why he isn't acting as if he can defeat him now. Blood drips from Kagan's mouth as he declares he will never let Vincent wield another sword again. Their blades collide, causing an intense explosion as Khan and Valkyrie watch. The battlefield shakes while our hero thinks that Crimson Empire's might is weak in extended battles. But if he times it right, he can turn things around. Through the smoke, Keegan emerges, declaring he won't give our boy any openings. He uses his scary song metal technique, New Moon Flash, and rushes forward with immense force. The ground splits apart and smoke fills the arena. Kagan laughs, convinced Vincent has been crushed, claiming this is the price of challenging the Samions. That our protagonist stands unharmed, asking if that is all Keegan has, then raises his sword and uses Amalan swordsmanship, creating a swift, massive sword defense 500 years ago. Kajin disarms his opponent and beats him badly, dismissing it all as boring. He sneers that even with both arms, the man is still a loser, worse than a one-armed swordsman, and tells him to give up swordsmanship. While he still can, our hero, who was Davin at that time, sits behind the scene, witnessing everything. Just then a figure approaches from behind, questioning why Kajin continues to beat his opponents, even after victory is already certain. Our boy turns back, recognizing the figure as a Milian. It's the martial artist studying under the Samions, named Falcon Emilion. Our protagonist met him at the Samion battleground, where both of them have been used as puppets to showcase Kajin's abilities. Falcon asks if he meant what he said last time about defeating Kajin, someone whose very existence seems like a cheat. Our hero calls it a foolish dream, but Falcon refuses to agree, believing that he is the only one who could truly challenge Kajin. Falcon Emilone is an exceptional martial artist, a loyal friend who never disgraces Davin's dream, and always cheers him on. However, he becomes too strong too quickly, and ends up as a pawn of the Samions when he reaches that level of power, falling into a trap set by the Samion elders. He dies but leaves his swordsmanship to our boy, a style completely opposite to the Samion techniques, one that demands very little mana, insisting that the stage is not over. As his mana surges, he declares that Vincent isn't the only one with hidden tricks and activates the sword trait, Kesha's Blessing Soul Blade. The Patriarch immediately recognizes the trait, while the Matriarch wonders when Kagan acquired such an ability. The sword-bearing God Kashak's blessing bestows incredible swordsmanship to those who wield it. When a user reaches its peak, another trait emerges, transforming the sword into a new element of imagery. Kagan now stands at the peak of his 4-star boundary. Our hero stares wide-eyed at the trait, realizing that Kagan has already spent most of his strength on the Crimson Emperor's might, and will be dangerously taxing to use a greater power. So forcefully, meanwhile, Kagan, surrounded by swirling energy and eyes glowing blue, thanks Vincent for worrying about him. As he charges forward, the realization hits our protagonist that Kagan still has so much strength left. Their weapons flash, and the resulting air pressure sweeps across the arena, causing the audience to struggle to keep their eyes fixed on the stage. As Vincent's protection begins to break, Halgan taunts him for risking his life in the second stage, just for a fleeting smirk, now willing to risk everything. even if his body breaks down from K-shock. He intends to defeat Vincian at any cost. While our hero is now fully convinced, his opponent is just like Kagan. He still refuses to be defeated, even if it means risking his life. Our boy manages to push Kagan back slightly. But Kagan charges again, their weapons clash, and the defense finally shatters. Kagan laughs, but receives a powerful punch from our protagonist. Though Kagan blocks it, he is still driven backward. Both have reached their physical limits. Vincian is determined to settle all. With his final blow, Kagan unleashes his own technique, while our boy calls forth the absolute sword slash. Surrounded by energy, they strike. Vincian unleashes the absolute sword flash, amplified by the lightning giant. Certain it will cut through and explode. That's exactly what happens. As smoke and energy scatter, Keegan's vision fades at that moment. Our protagonist rushes forward, and Kagan realizes Vincian is using his final move as a smokescreen. Our boy moves in silence, calling out Keegan's name as he flashes past. The announcement comes: Kagan has been incapacitated, and our hero has won the match. The crowd erupts in praise and disbelief. That Adanka has claimed victory, many wondering how long it has been since such a triumph. They shout his name as our boy stands alone, sword in hand, declaring that he has seized victory once again. Another announcement follows, stating that interviews will begin only after treatment. Meanwhile, in the elders' room, one of the Adanka elders crushes the crystal that was reporting on the match, furious and at a loss for words. Elsewhere, Rialsa stands with Merlin, observing that Witchin has grown up well, and Merlin admits he has lost their bet. Out in the forest, two people walk together, discussing the match. Both are young masters. One is Revan, from the restored spearmanship family, a house that stands on equal footing with the Adanka, and Samyon families as a descendant of the Verticans. He questions whether he could ever win against them. The other figures Sirkin, assures him he is plenty strong. Sirkin's thoughts drift to Vincian, wishing to spar with him soon, and announcing he has a good idea. He is certain Vincian will be at the fortress every day, since our hero is a cadet, and resolves to enroll at the Crimson Fortress. Meanwhile, our boy opens his eyes and finds himself in a cave. He's certain he defeated Kagan and went to rest. But this place is not the fortress. He questions where he is, and suddenly countless memories begin to surface. Realization dawns. He is within the world of his own memories. Just then, soldiers with red, glowing eyes appear and attack. But Vincian cuts through them. Yet the sensation is overwhelming, as if he is facing the evil spirit of the archdemon. Davin at that moment. Kagan appears. Our protagonist shouts his name, demanding to know what he's doing there. Kagan responds by shouting the name from his past life. Davin and urges him to stay away, then charges forward with a punch. The mana radiating from Kagan's body suppresses our hero, and he realizes he can't move. Suddenly, a golden light forms, as Arslan lands right in front of Vincian. To protect him, confused, our boy watches as a giant, red, glowing figure emerges before them. Arslan explains that the figure is none other than the archdemon, the one responsible for all this chaos. He warns that time is short, as the archdemon has noticed Vincent's presence, and our hero must recover quickly. Arslan shouts for him to surpass the Samyons and face the truth he once left behind. With that, Arslan prepares to leave, declaring that everything now rests on Vincian. He tries to stop him, but Arslan rushes toward the archdemon to attack. Suddenly, Vincian wakes up on his bed at the fortress, Selbyra and the others stand in front of him, worried and asking if he's all right. He repeats Arslan's words, to surpass the Samians and face the truth. The will of the ascendants left by Arslan, despite just surpassing the Samians. Our boy realizes he still hasn't fully grasped the truth. He wonders if there is any reason he could be disqualified from fulfilling the will of the Adenka. Just then his father enters the room. Every candidate sweats nervously as they greet the patriarch. He excuses them, assuring it won't take long, and then praises our boy for fulfilling his promise. Yet again, patriarch, wanting to reward him, asks what he desires. It's in that moment Vincent realizes he lacks the most basic fundamentals. He confesses he is not yet a true Adenka and needs a master to teach him the Adenka swordsmanship. His words prompt Patriarch to question whether Vincent is aware the elders do not support him. Our protagonist confirms, but adds that having defeated the Samians today, he's taken one step closer to fulfilling the Adenka will. If the elders still refuse to provide a master, he will not favor them. His father smiles, siding with him, and asks him to step forward. As they descend the stairs, they find Rialsa and Merlin waiting. He greets them. Both Merlin realizes that long ago our boy promised to remember his name, and he truly does. Rialsa introduces Merlin as an 8-starred martial artist and the current holder of the Lightning Giant, recommending him to be Vincent's master. Merlin formally introduces himself as Merlin Falcon, currently serving with the Yellow Dragon unit. Our boy reacts sharply to the surname, immediately recognizing it as Arslan's original name. Meanwhile, in the Samion's main castle, Keegan sits before his mother. She questions if he understands the reason for his defeat, pointing out that Vincent's attack caused him to lose his composure and become overly emotional. She notes that Keegan has now engraved a mark of shame on his arm. Kneeling, Keegan apologizes, but his mother says he will learn much from this loss, though if he repeats the mistake, she will personally cut through his muscles. He smiles and agrees, yet as he lowers his head, he glares, silently acknowledging his anger over the loss, but reminds himself to stay calm in front of her. Beside him, dark energy manifests, whispering for one-armed Davin. Merlin asks if our hero has any problem with his last name. Vincent just smiles and asks if Merlin is someone with more authority than he realized. At that moment, Rialsa steps in, explaining that the Falkers are one of the older martial families who have served the Adankas for generations, neither high nor low in status. Her explanation makes our boy wonder if the Falcons changed their name to Ascenda. Why do they still exist? Rialsa continues, adding that since Merlin has completed his registration at the fortress, he will be able to act as young master, starting tomorrow, standing beside her. Merlin adds that next time he sees Vincent, he'll have to treat him as a pupil, and apologizes in advance for any rudeness. Patriarch, watching from behind, tells his son to devote himself further, and our hero agrees silently. The Patriarch thinks his boy must do so, as he cannot predict what the elders will attempt next. Meanwhile, all the elders gather again. One shouts about how our hero won the match, and now they have no way to interfere in his growth. They turn to Tilavan, demanding to know how he will take responsibility for the situation. Tilavan responds that nothing can be done now, and Vincent's growth has surpassed their expectations. The elders react sharply, and Fidenel points out that Tilavan promised to handle everything himself. Tilavan realizes the other elders are trying to use this chance to get rid of him. So he's forced to say that they will come up with a solution. Elsewhere, the Sixth Tower mage and the captain lie dead, killed by matriarch Valkia. She questions Elder Holy Man about why he hired these mages afraid. He confesses that he only wanted a complete victory for the Samians. She slams her foot on the wall, asking if they truly achieved victory, and admits she despises politics and trickery, believing it does not suit a martial artist. Silently, Valkyrie acknowledges that she could never match Khan. Head-to-head, she declares that the Samians were never associated with the Magic Tower or the Association, and that she will act for the honor of her family. However, she cannot oppose the great Samian elders directly, so she advises Holy Man to stay quiet, remain at home, and start gardening. Elder Holy Man agrees and leaves. Outside, he finds a crystal stone. When he touches it, Tilivan appears from the other side. Hearing the voice, Holy Man panics and questions him about interference with the second and third stages. Tilivan replies that with Khan and Valkyrie present, they couldn't do anything, and Vincian also exceeded all their expectations. Alaman calls an excuse, warning that if things continue, they will not be able to avoid the consequences for trying to stop our hero. He concludes that the elders themselves will become the problem, a nuisance in the eyes of others, and insists they need a plan to eliminate Vincent as soon as possible. Meanwhile, our boy lies on his bed when his eyes suddenly snap open. Someone is about to attack. He dodges just in time, demanding to know who it is. The figure is Merlin, testing Vincian's senses. Our hero recognizes him, and Merlin states that it is past midnight. From now on, he is to be regarded as Vincian's master. Merlin comments that while our boy's senses are sharp, his observational skills are lacking, asking why he didn't notice anything strange about the surroundings. Suddenly, they are transported elsewhere. Vincian is shocked as Merlin explains. This is the magic dungeon used in the first stage, created by the Dean. Merlin tells him that if he passes the training, he will be allowed to leave. Until then, he is not permitted to exit, even by using the strange sword path. When Vincian asks what they are going to do, Merlin says they will tear apart his lightning giant and rebuild it. He explains that our boy's trait is all wrong. Merlin adds that Vincian does not yet understand its true strength, and this must be settled before learning Adenka swordsmanship. He then shows a special magical pendant, which will be destroyed if touched by anyone else's lightning energy. He instructs Vincian to destroy it, and until then, Adenka swordsmanship is off limits. Vincian rises, declaring that he must grow quickly and become a true Adenka to face the truth. Determined, he vows to destroy the pendant no matter what. Golden energy surrounds his sword as he rushes forward. Merlin blinks as our boy is thrown back by the overwhelming force. As he regains his footing, he sees two glowing eyes in the air. Merlin instructs him to look more closely and reveals the true form of the lightning giant. Vincian and Julian are both stunned by the sheer size of the lightning giant. Julian remarks that it looks completely different from the one they had seen before. The giant figure slams its hand onto the ground, and the shockwave alone throws our boy back. Vincent wonders about the blue lightning, noticing it is nothing like his or Malone's. Meanwhile, Merlin approaches, apologizing and admitting he isn't the best fit for a master. He doesn't have the confidence to give perfect explanations or manage students systematically. So, he's decided to use the teaching method he knows best. He declares that until Vincent understands the true lightning giant. The lightning will rage against our hero. Elsewhere, Wilson is washing clothes, while the headmaster sits in the pagoda. Suddenly a cart stops and a figure steps out. It's Tilivan. Meanwhile, in our boy's room, the small spirit he and Sari saved earlier appears. It has been about 1 week since Vincent began his training. The spirit returns to Siri, reporting everything and expressing concern for the young master. Siri shares the worry, noting that a week has passed, and our hero has not emerged from the training space. Even once she wonders if he is getting any rest, and hopes he isn't overexerting himself. Back in the cave, Vincent continues pushing himself, rushing forward again, only for Merlin to stop him effortlessly. As Merlin anticipated, our boy starts thinking strategically when cornered, beginning to merge lightning energy with an unfamiliar swordsmanship. Merlin then forms energy in his hand, observing that Vincent still has a long way to go. Sensing the threat, our protagonist leaps back, but even from that distance, he realizes Merlin's range is vast. The force throws him back, yet he notes that the power isn't as strong as his golden lightning. Still, he wonders how it can have such incredible reach. In pressure, Merlin attacks again, warning that admiration alone won't be enough to succeed. But our hero dodges and spots the pendant, making a dash for it, only for Merlin to vanish from his sight. The situation makes Vincent wonder if Merlin is intentionally giving him an opening. Suddenly, he is struck in the ribs and collapses to the ground. Merlin stands over him, thinking that our boy's movements are improving, but he still hasn't made progress. With the lightning giant, he grants him a break to drink some water. Our boy sits down, and Julian urges him to hydrate while he can, since it's uncertain when the next break will come. Vincent, however, can't stop thinking about how, no matter how much lightning energy he emits, or how wide he spreads it, he cannot surpass that blue lightning. There is a fundamental difference in the nature of the lightning. Giant's two forms as he drinks. Julian complains about the small amount of water left in the bottle. Our protagonist reminds him not to complain, since without the bottle, they'd have nothing at all. Mid-sentence, he suddenly shouts that he's figured it out. He had been restricting the lightning energy before releasing it as if pouring water from a bottle. But there was no need for that. It should flow freely through his body and sword. Before being released, as he says this, blue lightning finally forms from his body. Merlin smiles proud that Vincent has achieved it. The lesson isn't over, but the next step remains. He must still destroy the pendant. When Merlin asks if he's ready, our boy answers confidently that he can try. Merlin and our hero continue their intense fight, as our boy manages to dodge Merlin's attack and appears behind him to strike. An explosion erupts. Merlin then notices Vincent darting around with such insane speed that his form is barely visible. He recognizes that Vincent is using Rialsa's skill. Our boy spots an opening and lunges forward, but Merlin blocks him, remarking that he and Rialsa have been friends for years and know each other's attacks well. Calling Vincent unlucky, Merlin throws him back. Our protagonist realizes the great swordsman's attack was disrupted, calling it dangerous. He then notices a scar on Merlin's face, deep and cold, a stark reminder of having been overpowered by an opponent, with no chance for healing the pain. Fear, humiliation, and defeat that marks a martial artist. Gripping his sword tighter, our boy rushes forward again, and this time successfully snatches the pendant. In an instant, as soon as he grabs it, the pendant shatters into pieces. Merlin stands there, wondering if Vincent was targeting the scar, and questions how to even describe it. For a 4-year-old, he's quite experienced. Merlin then declares that our boy has passed, and is ready to learn Adenka's swordsmanship. When Vincent asks for confirmation, Merlin tells him to look forward to it, warning that it will be far more agonizing than this. A few days later, our boy walks with Selbyra, who questions whether he really fought in that enclosed space. For over a week, while Sizen calls him incredible, Vincent brushes it off. But Julian points out that young martial artists don't usually train so rigorously. As they walk, Sari appears, calling out for our protagonist. When asked what's wrong, she shows him a paper that was delivered for Vincent. It's a mission objective for a rank 9 candidate, addressed directly to our hero. He finds it odd, since such tasks are normally given to rank 7s. Julian checks the request and sees that it came from the Adenka elders. Meanwhile, Selbra asks if our hero needs someone to go with him, and Sizen is eager as well, since their training has made them stronger soon after. Inside Pagoda's office, Vincent reveals that he wants to go alone. Merlin questions the decision, and Pagoda adds that acting solo on his first mission could be dangerous, but our boy responds that this is precisely why he must go alone. The elders have thrown this mission at him as a test, or perhaps a trap. Merlin says they're trying to eliminate our hero because he stands in their way, and Pagoda agrees, saying it's too dangerous to send him alone into such a situation, but Vincent calls it a war, declaring that his victory will be to emerge from this trap unharmed. There's a truth he must find by becoming stronger. If he falls victim to a power struggle in the process, he'll have to accept it since he too is an Adenka. Seeing no way to change his mind, Pagoda finally grants permission, reminding him not to lose composure. As a candidate of the Crimson Forest, our boy agrees and sets off, charging toward Tourniquet for his mission. Meanwhile, the headmaster lies on the roof when Pagoda teleports there, teasing her about slacking off again. The headmaster calls it a break, but Pagoda says he thought she was interested in managing the candidates. She replies that she's aware Vincent has received a mission, and then asks who is behind it. Pagoda says they call themselves the Elders, but he suspects Elder Tilliven is responsible. The headmaster considers this, knowing there's no good reason. Tilliven would send a mission to our hero. Just then a glowing crystal activates, reporting an emergency in front of the fortress. An unidentified martial artist is insisting on meeting Vincent, since he refuses to comply. A battle may break out the young man, who wished to join the Crimson Fortress. To spar with our boy stands at the gate. Sirkin waits behind him, advising him to follow protocol. But the visitor doesn't want to hold back, saying he's just here to chat. He activates his skill's energy swirling around him, as he demands to meet Vincent.